Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew.
Thank you so much, Jack61, for that fantastic introduction. And it's good to be back here. I'm Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. And today, guys, if you've been following the series, we're actually on part 27, episode 27. And as Jack61 said, what we do, we try to every week in our podcast, we are reading specific chapters from The Wrecking Crew. This is John Ferak's book. And hopefully you guys will agree that the chapter that we're currently doing at the moment, called Canine Noses, if you've been following it from his book, is actually chapter 14. Canine Noses has been incredible. The more you research, the more you dig up, and it gives an incredibly different alternative picture to what transpired during the time period that the investigators were on the Avery salvage yard. And the more you read, the more you dig, the more you find. And it's just been an eye-opening chapter. As you know, guys, both Neville and I have been putting in research into this particular book. And so at the moment, Neville, I believe, is heading off to her home country, Serbia. So we won't be seeing Neville for a little while, but she sends her best wishes. And all of us here on the Foul Play team, a big thank you, guys, to everyone who's in chat and our fantastic panel members for your wisdom. It's been remarkable how well received the Reading with the Crew series has been so far. And I hope that you realize that these are the words of John Ferak. Right, Jack61? It's important to realize that these are his thoughts and ideas, although I must admit, the Foul Play team, Neville and myself, we have greatly expanded upon this particular chapter. Even though John Ferak's chapter 14 is really, really good, there are areas that he didn't go into, which we have now expanded upon. And if you remember, guys, the investigators who are investigating the murder of Teresa Halbach brought in both cadaver dogs and scent dogs. And the big question is, did they actually use them appropriately? Did they actually listen to what the dogs were telling them? Right, Jack61? Right?
That's right.
It is the investigators that brought in these canine units onto the Avery salvage yard, and also to look around the Avery salvage yard. And I think hopefully you will agree that the amount of shenanigans that we're uncovering is just incredible. And this is all because of what the canines were showing us. But we'll talk about that in a second. First of all, guys, I don't want to waste too much time. If you like what we do, please subscribe to our channel. Our numbers are growing up steadily, which is awesome. If you enjoy the videos that we do, the podcasts that we do, please give us a thumbs up. That really helps the algorithm. And share the love, right? If you like a particular episode, open mic, Reading with the Crew, even some of our old work, please share it, right? The more people that can look at it, the better. And it's great getting all your feedback. I read all your comments, and it's been great, and I'll try and answer them as best that we can. Also, thank you so much to our mods and our super mods and all the people that work behind the scenes. You got your Riz, you got Zoe, you've got many others who work hard behind the scenes. And right, Jack61, right, guys, we're so fortunate because we have at our fingertips a lot of very powerful tools, especially on our website. We've got your Riz's 3D interactive map. We've got a whole stack of documents for you to read and do your own research. The important thing, guys, is that even though you follow us, you follow our podcast, Jack61 and everyone on the panel will agree that it is very important to do your own research and come up to your conclusions. Everyone here is doing this for the memory of Teresa Halbach. For those who are new here, she was tragically taken, very likely on October 31st, Halloween 2005. and she was at the tender age of 25 years old, right? Way too tragically taken too young. Foul Play team, we're open-minded. We're not closed-minded. We like to follow where the evidence takes us, and no matter what, right? No matter where the chips may lie, right, Jack 61, right, guys, we'll pursue it. We're not tunnel vision. We want to uncover all stones. We believe that the actual investigation, the official investigation, was done terribly. And you could tell now by looking at what the canines found and how the investigators responded or didn't respond, I believe says actually quite a lot. All of us on the Foul Play team believe in the innocence of Stephen and Brendan, and we hope through these podcasts, the open mics, everything else that we do here, that you too will be convinced of their innocence. We want to find out what actually happened that day. All right, guys. Well, I don't want to waste too much time here. I love to introduce my esteemed panel. Jack 61, how are things coming along?
Doing very well there, Doc. I think I've got our scaling problem that I had last week. I think I've got that eliminated. So, yeah.
Awesome.
A little nerd knowledge there. Got my son to help me out a little bit, so we should be good with that. And I do want to thank everyone that's here in the panel. I mean, it's hard, we're at a point. It's been law, and we're talking about things that even in a deeper sense than we've talked about before. But now we're really off in the weeds in it. And I tell you, talking about Ferak, I'm not entirely sure that he probably didn't have as much information as we've got now, right?
No.
I don't think so. With that said, I think it's appropriate that we continue to do this in whatever areas that we can. Like you
Correct.
and everyone else, I'm 100% convinced there's a mountain of shit that we still don't have that would make this case make more sense, and we could be on firmer footing and our speculations and our theories and all that stuff. But I too have to thank everyone. It's not just me. It's not just you. It's everyone that's involved that helps out do what we do, and other people do what they do. And people have to come through the wrong. We've got a guilter that's been very civil. I've been having a little bit of back and forth or listening to the call and stuff, and they've been very civil, and they're open. They're open to listening to other things. They're not just closed-minded like most guilters are. Just like, that's it. He's done. Brendan did it. He did it. Game over. No, this person is willing to listen and willing to debate and willing to talk, and that's what we need.
Awesome.
It is. So, anyway, doing very well. Looking forward to today. Should be fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack 61. And next we have Alice. Alice, how are you coming along? Are you still hurting?
Everyone on panel. Yeah, not been feeling too great the last few days, so I thought I would just pop on, maybe be on for a wee bit. So I have to try not to shout and things like that. So we'll see how that goes. And hi to everyone in the live chat. It's fantastic to see you all. And Anthony, yes, we're going to start. Well, we have started. This is the usual. You know this. This is the usual. So we'll get to the juicies soon.
Correct. Thank you so much, Alice. Much appreciated. And next we have I Don't Recall. I Don't Recall. How are things coming along?
Very well. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I Don't Recall. Next we have Susan. Susan, how are things coming along?
Hey, Sugar. They're great. Hello, everybody. Ready to dig in. No pun intended.
Dig in, huh? I like that one. Thank you so much, Susan. And next we have Just Rhonda. Just Rhonda, how are you coming along?
Hey, Doc. Hello to everybody on the panel. I'm doing okay. Just having some residuals and allergies, but hey, it's just that time of year.
It's that time of the year, correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I haven't done my taxes yet, so,
Don't admit anything on YouTube, whatever you do. Awesome. Thank you so much, just Rhonda. Much appreciated. Susan, are you able to call out who we have, our lovely people in chat? Would you like to call out some of the names? We've got quite a few people.
You bet, Doc. We have one of our
Fantastic.
newest mods, Jazz Naz Gaming, has joined us. The lovely Moz is here. I see Crockett Thompson. Welcome, Crockett.
Welcome.
JD is with us. Hello, Gloria. Colette M. Hello. Dark Side, of course, our super mod. Anthony Hills is very impatient. Pete Moss is with us. Let's see. Angie Dickinson is with us. Hello, Angie. And Cher. Hello, you lovely Cher. Andy B. Don't go, Andy B. Another new mod of ours.
We got TJ.
TJ. Pete Moss is with us. Katie did it. Hello, Katie. Colette M. Hello, Colette. Audra M. is with us. Hello, Audra. Our William. Hello, our William. TJ Anderson is with us. Hello, TJ. Colette M. I believe I shouted her out. Let's see.
We've got James Crane. We've got
Nance
Cherie.
Live 7.
I think James is new. I haven't seen James's name before. If you're new,
I haven't seen James.
Welcome, James.
Welcome, James.
Welcome. Nance Live is with us. Let's see. Jennifer Manning. Sarge. Hello, Sarge.
Yes.
Welcome, Sarge. Not sure I've seen Sarge before.
Anthony, yes, Sarge has been in before, Susan. They were in last week. They try and pop in when they can get alive. We've got Anthony D and Duke 11 as well.
Sherry Lynn is with us. Hello, Sherry Lynn.
Oh, James Crane is that's yoga for the ageless.
Okay.
Awesome. All right.
Well, I believe we've covered them all.
Hey,
hello, everyone.
Got one more short announcement to make there.
Yes.
Want to welcome our newest, shiniest mod.
Excuse me.
Andy B. Step up.
Andy B. Don't go. We've got Nance Life 7 as well. She's here.
Yeah. But
fantastic.
I needed. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to say that. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. It's great to be here. Just remember, guys, occasionally, Jack61 put up the sign. Occasionally, we do use harsh language. So please be aware of that. And for the only thing that we request is please show respect to each other in chat. Occasionally, we do get family members that do show up. Barb, I know, comes on a lot of times. Please show your respect, okay? Still, it's 2023. Her son and her brother are still in prison, right? So it's not easy for them, and we do appreciate them. All right, guys. Well, look, I think we've got everything out of the way, introduction-wise. So what we're going to do today, guys, I'll wait for Jack61 to put up the very first slide, which is 19JA. So remember, guys, what we're doing is we're reading from John Ferak's chapter 14, Canine Noses. But what we're going to do is to expand it and have a look at a lot of events that we picked up as part of our research, all because of the canines. Now, I think last time we had looked at some images of Kuss Road, and we'll have a look at those again. And what is remarkable here is that you can definitely see this particular type of instrument. It's called a geodometer. It's not easy to say. And this type of machinery is actually used in surveying. I'm not sure whether anyone has ever used it. One of these machines would be great. If you have, put it in chat. We'd love to hear from you. But these type of machines are used for crime scene reconstruction. They're also used for what is known as forensic mapping. So this type of machine, there were 2 of them that were used on the Avery salvage yard and around the Avery salvage yard. And what you got to remember, this team, which was headed by Trooper Timothy Austin, he works for the Wisconsin State Patrol. And he was there, and he used this particular instrument to take measurements. And this particular device has 2 components. The actual machine itself that you can see sitting on a tripod, and also another device called a prism, right? So this is a 2-person team that operates it. And essentially what they do is they take measurements, right? They take measurements. These measurements are important for 2D and 3D crime scene reconstruction. So this particular machine was operated by Trooper Timothy Austin. Jack 61, are we able to have the next slide, please? So what I did, again, come to our library, our Foul Play team library, and we've got a lot of photographs of Kuss Road. Not all of them, but the majority of them. And Jack 61, have a look at this. I actually found one of the officers with the prism device
I see that
in his hand. Yep.
I've never paid attention to that before.
Yep. When I saw it, I thought, oh my God, that's it. That's the prism. And you could tell it is by the 2 round shapes on the top and also the color of the stick, the coloration of the stick, right? Now, guys, on the panel and in chat, when you look at that photograph and also the way the sun is casting those shadows, does anyone know approximately what time of the day this is? Is it early morning? Is it afternoon? There's clearly not a lot of vehicles there at this stage, but you can see the crime scene tape. Anyone got any idea? Jack 61, what do you think? Early morning, afternoon? What do you think?
It would just be a guess, Doug, but this time I'm going to guess we're probably looking at 1 o'clock. I'm just guessing because I say that because of the cast of the shadows here.
Okay. Susan.
I would say it's afternoon, later afternoon, because those shadows are long and it looks like the sun is in the west to me. The west is the guy to the right. He's facing the west, I believe.
Yes.
So,
yes.
I would say it's afternoon.
Could be afternoon. But it's very interesting, guys. This is the first time I actually noticed the guy with the prism, right? So the team was most definitely down there taking measurements. Now, remember, this is Kuss Road, where according to the state, nothing of significance was found there. Alice, do you have a comment?
Quite a few people in chat are saying afternoon.
Okay.
Duke says late morning, but me myself, we've got Sever Hegeland, who's joined us in chat. Hello, they said my first time live. I love your dedication. Thank you so much, and it's great to see you here.
Welcome.
You know, to just a little response to that about it being late morning. The problem with that is that Bushman didn't do the radio call till around 10:30 that morning.
Okay.
So it took time, to get people over there. I'm sure they responded relatively quick, but it still took time. And now, as Doc said, there's at least some crime scene tape up. We don't know how much because we just got a little section there to look at, but I don't know. I think it's definitely afternoon. I'm going to say more towards what Susan said, 1, 2 o'clock, maybe even 3. I just don't know.
Right.
Later, because those shadows are pretty long. Yeah.
And remember, I don't remember who it was, but somebody had made that. They put one of the troopers put in that the metadata was incorrect. At least I know on the McConnell's photographs, the aviation, those were fucked up. I don't know about these right here. I'm gonna have to look, but yeah, that's my guess.
Right. So really, the purpose of putting this picture up is, definitely, the 3D measuring crew with their equipment, they would most definitely there, right? Susan, did you have a comment?
I don't, Doc.
Okay, so Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? Now, as you know, both Fassbender and Uyghur, they were co-lead investigators. It's very, very highly likely that either one of them had called in Trooper Timothy Austin and his team to come in and take 3D measurements. Now, this is truly extraordinary when you think about it, because Austin wrote this up as a report and it's 78 pages. Yes, Sir Jack 61.
I think it was actually Kratz that had them brought in.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think that's right. Please don't hold me to it. I will try to double check that, but I think it was actually Kratz that requested them.
Correct. Because as we know, the jury never actually went to the Avery salvage yard. They never got the chance. Jack 61. That's correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They were never taken there.
Yeah. The jury were never taken to the Avery salvage yard. However, they were shown 3D images and 2D images of the entire Avery salvage yard. The jury never went there. So Timothy Austin wrote this very extensive and comprehensive report that was 78 pages long. Now, let me tell you right now, it was entitled Forensic Mapping and Scene Reconstruction Report. It's actually a very, very good report to go through. That team, comprising of Tim Austin and other fellow officers, they were there for 8 days. 8 days. And they literally took thousands upon thousands of measurements at the Avery salvage yard and around the Avery salvage yard. They were hell-bent in coming up with 3D scene reconstructions, right? And we've seen a lot of those images before. And what is interesting is that the pilot was Trooper Dennis McConnell. And he was the pilot, very likely of the helicopter. Because as you've seen, there are literally hundreds. Yeah, there are literally hundreds of overhead pictures, and most of them were really, really high quality images, which were used very likely for measurement purposes. And Trooper Dennis McConnell took a lot of pictures of Kuss Road. So I'll definitely show you proof that they were there at Kuss Road taking measurements. What is staggering is that in the report, there's no mention of the Kuss Road mapping data, and there are no 3D images that I could see in that report from Kuss Road, right? Now, it's rather remarkable that Kratz or whoever called the team out to do a forensic mapping crime scene reconstruction really didn't talk about what they did at Kuss Road. And it's got to beg the question, why would they be at Kuss Road, right? Don't you think it's actually smarter to determine to rule in or rule out whether what was found, the clandestine burial site, whether that was significant, right? Because remember, guys, they were there from November the 5th to November the 12th. So what was the rush? Jack 61, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few thoughts, I guess. It's really speculatory because, as you said, they didn't put anything in this report.
Correct.
But as you clearly indicated, they were over there. So what the fuck were they doing? They weren't over there just twiddling their thumbs. And
correct.
You're probably going to get into more as to how this apparatus works, right? You're going to kind of explain what they did. Okay. All right. I'm not going to get into that then.
Yep. 100%. But guys, you have to admit, to do a 3D reconstruction of such a vast, huge area is going to take time, energy, effort, and expense, right? And what is remarkable here, guys, remember, Tom Fassbender cried all the time. Remember, Jack 61, remember, guys, that they lacked resources. They were short of resources, and that's why they had to stay there for 8 entire days, getting search warrant after search warrant after search warrant. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Well, I do because there are phone calls. There are a lot of phone calls where they're looking for coverage here for security, blah blah blah. Um, but they really kind of held this bubble. I think personally, going back to and listening to these calls, they kind of held this bubble around who they were going to call and include. To me, they could have called Green Bay, which is a large county. They could have called Sheboygan, which is another pretty large county, and they could have extended that range to get coverage for people to help them out. Because you're exactly correct. That September whatever dates 2006 reply that Fallon wrote, they're whining the entire time. We just didn't have resources to cover everything. We had to rush here and rush there, and they had to check it.
Correct.
Well, call get more people, and you guys had their hands in that pile of money for months, working overtime after overtime.
Correct. And people were ringing in. Remember, Jack 61 discussing how many extra hours that they did.
Oh my God.
This investigation was a massive cash cow. And I was actually rather shocked that on average, because I read some of the reports, one of the testimonies by Bowie, and he said on average, guys, there were around about 100 people on the property at any one time.
That's right.
100 on each day. And they were there for 8 days in total. And Fassbender complained all the time that he lacked resources. And remember in some of our earlier podcasts, he said, oh yeah, wherever the dogs did a hit, we had to allocate resources there. And we know that that's complete, utter garbage because the crime scene unit and officers were down at Kuss Road way before the dogs ever got there. So the question is, what attracted all these resources and officers to Kuss Road? Why did the cadaver dogs and the scent dogs head to Kuss Road? Jack 61.
Yeah, just one more brief comment about the number of people. And we actually just played this call last Sunday. We're going to get back into more dispatch calls, but a few of the calls that I played last week were talking specifically about the 7th and feeding these guys and gals that were on the property. And so they said, about 150, but could be up to 200 people that they needed to feed lunch and dinner. So there you go, right there.
Correct. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Jack 61, but were there hundreds and hundreds of investigators looking out for Christine Rudy?
Maybe one or two, as far as I know.
Maybe one or two.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe one or two. And, I'm not trying to be flippant or nasty here.
Not at all.
But a life is a life, guys. And Christine Rudy was quite young, and she was pregnant at the time, and she was missing as well. Susan, do you have a comment?
Do we know how quickly she was found, Doc?
Oh, well, she disappeared, I think, on the 12th, November the 12th. And her torso wasn't found for months. So
wasn't it March or April the following year?
It was months because the river had frozen.
But what did they find in the burn pit or the barrel? They found part of her, right?
Yes, they did. They found some cremains. And the only reason why they found her is because his girlfriend became a confidential informant and basically told the investigators what had happened. Otherwise, this poor girl, they would have never found her. So Christine Rudy was quite young at the time, pregnant, went missing. Only because a girlfriend of Sean Rudy basically told the investigators what had happened. Otherwise, very likely would never have found her. And it's very chilling that Dr. Eisenberg was the forensic anthropologist in that case and made a huge error. All right, so here's the point that I'm trying to get at. No expense was spared here, guys. No expense. You had a 3D forensic mapping unit come out and start taking images. And the way this works, remember those two instruments? It actually is like a computer and it sends out a laser beam, right? And it's got reflective mirrors And when you hold the prism, it could actually work out how long it takes the beam to go from one spot to the prism and back. As a consequence of that, it can actually calculate angle and distance. And because you're getting a lot of mapping data, you can actually do crime scene reconstruction in 3D. So the point is, guys, you got to take a lot of measurements if you're going to have a proper 3D reconstruction. Alice, do you have a comment?
Actually, Nan's life in chat, though. She says there wasn't DAs on the scene of either Christine Rudy or Carmen Botwell, but there was a host of DAs at Avery Salvage Yard upon finding the RAV.
Oh, it's massive. It is massive, and I think, guys, we're not stupid. We're not naive. The consequences in this particular murder investigation were deeply political, right? Because remember, Stephen Avery had a civil suit, and it's rather remarkable that remember Jack 61, what Ken Kratz did in his book. He actually got Colburn and Lenk to write a statement in his book to say, oh yeah, Stephen fully deserved the money. You know, Stephen had received a lot of hardship. And I just about puked and fell off my chair. And I did an Alice and used a couple of well-chosen colourful languages. How disgusting and disgraceful is that? That Kratz got Colburn and Lenk to write basically a paragraph to say, yeah, it wasn't coming out of our pocket. He fully deserved it. But quite clearly, no expense was spared here, right? To do a 3D crime scene reconstruction, it will cost a lot of money and require a lot of computing power. Jack 61.
Just a little quick quote from my favorite police drama. They all count or none of them count. That's his mantra. They all count. He's talking about people getting killed or assaulted, whatever, or none of them count. And that covers the gamut of, it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, whatever your lifestyle is. If you get killed, you deserve just as much attention as the rich person living down the road.
Correct. And Nan's life is correct. There wasn't all the district attorneys, etc. On here. It was like a concert where everybody came in. And just to prove it, all you got to do is have a look at the login and logout sheets. Phenomenal amount of people were on the Avery Salvage Yard and around the Avery Salvage Yard. Whoever was who in Wisconsin, they were down there, right? And I think on one day, Jack 61, I think there were two or three district attorneys all on the Avery Salvage Yard. It was massive.
There were five. There were five, either DAs or ADAs.
Correct. All right, so Jack 61, can we have a look at the next page, please?
So we've somebody else who's joined us, Doc. We've got Skimicky, who's joined us. Hello there, welcome to Foul Play. They ask, did judge deny a field trip to Avery Salvage Yard?
I don't even think one was requested, because the whole purpose of Jack 61.
Yeah, I don't think there was either, Doc.
Yeah, the whole purpose of doing the 3D crime scene reconstruction was that they can show the jury 3D images of the entire property, including the bedroom, the garage, the surrounding properties, etc. Except I didn't see any images of Kuss Road. I know there are some images of the deer camp, but of the clandestine burial site, I haven't seen any, right? Which is very interesting. So that way, if you remember watching Man 1 and Man 2, they showed images, 3D images. And remember Jack 61, when they showed the 3D images of the garage, they conveniently left out all the junk, right, Jack 61?
That's right. There was a huge argument in pretrial about that.
Correct. To give the impression that Stephen Avery's garage had a lot of space. So here's the problem. With these models, you can add or subtract anything you want. It doesn't necessarily show you reality. Alice, do you have a comment?
It's Crockett in chat. Hi, Crockett. He says, Are DAs of any type found on crime scene day one?
Well, I haven't deep dived into a lot of other cases. I'm not 100% sure what the role of the district attorney is. I would dare say that in a lot of crimes, the district attorney would be present, but not en masse like they were with this particular case. Jack 61.
Yeah,
Thank
I'd
you,
have to agree with
Crocker.
it. Yeah, it's a good question. I think by as a rule, no, you typically don't see a DA on scene. I think you can get into the political bullshit and all that, and then you very well could. But you think about a poor girl like Christine Rudy and even Carmen Bootwell. That to many in society, these are just throwaway people, which it makes me so fucking mad. I can't see straight because there are no throwaway people.
Correct.
We cannot cheapen life. We cannot allow that to happen.
Correct.
So,
And I think,
yeah, to answer that question, no, it's not normal.
Yep. I agree with you, Jack 61. That's why I use Carmen Botwell and also Christine Rudy as a measuring stick in terms of the involvement of so many people. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, Christine Rudy was actually murdered in a very similar manner to what poor Teresa Horbach was. And her body, her remains were scattered over a long distance as well. I don't remember seeing literally hundreds of people going out looking for her, which is, quite tragic. Alice, do you have a comment?
Severy says, I do believe Kusurik was the puppet master. Yes, I think we all believe that as well. He was a major master in this whole thing. To me, him and Peterson had something to do as well. The top ones, Kusurik,
the old guard. Yep, the old guard.
Yeah. So we completely agree with you, certainly.
Yep, 100% correct. So here, Jack 61 has put up the picture. This is a typical login, log out. So you can actually work out who logged in and when they logged out. So this is November the 7th, and you can clearly see Tim Austin from the Wisconsin State Patrol. He logged in at 6:50 in the morning, right? So he was there very early, and you can see that Lank and Colburn, they were there by about 7:15 in the morning. So there was a lot of activity. If you go and have a look at this document, there are a lot of people there that day on November the 7th. But quite clearly, Tim Austin had logged in quite early. And the good thing is, in his report, he actually spelt out where his team was and at what time. So they started at the Avery salvage yard very, very early on, taking all these measurements. Jack 61, can we have the next slide, please?
Yeah, before we get there, Doc, just briefly, yes. Anthony Hills had asked if Norm Gunn was there. And as far as I know, he hadn't been appointed as a special prosecutor quite yet. No, I'm talking about people like Jeff Froelich, Mark Rohrer, Griesbach was there, Kratz, and I can't remember the other one, but there's one more that I cannot remember the name of. But no, I don't think Norm Gunn and Fallon were not on the team yet, but they were soon coming.
Yes. Yeah, I don't recall seeing Norm Gunn's name, but then again, you got to look very, very carefully because you can easily miss it. All right, so Tim Austin was questioned, of course, during Stephen Avery's trial. Susan, can you see that slide, 19L?
Yes, Doc.
Yep. Would you be able to read just what's been highlighted in blue? So Mr. Kratz was basically asking Tim Austin, okay, what did you do? Susan.
That is, everything that you see here on the screen was mapped out using that geodometer total station. That map was created, and I put this slide up because in addition to mapping the Avery salvage property, we also completed some forensic mapping at what is best described as the quote-unquote deer camp. We did forensic mapping at this location too, and also a cul-de-sac at the end of Kuss Road.
All right. So you hear it from Tim Austin. See, these are the little things that actually slip by when you're looking at the testimonies and you don't realize the significance of it, right? Right, Jack 61?
That's right.
But when it's pointed out like this, and we're now able to deep dive into this investigation, all of a sudden you start picking up a lot of very important points. So he told you, in court, yeah, we were there. We mapped the Avery salvage yard, but we also went to the deer camp and we also mapped the cul-de-sac at the end of Kuss Road. The question must be asked, what the hell were they doing at the deer camp? Why did they map the Kuss Road cul-de-sac? Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd also like to know why they mapped the deer camp as well.
Me too.
Now, isn't that interesting?
I mean, Kuss Road, I understand because so much went on over there, but the deer camp?
Correct.
Well,
Correct.
They got a number of phone calls about those trailers on the Redont quarry, at the back of the Redont quarry.
Very good point.
Yeah, I think that was the same
Very
guy,
good
but
point.
yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
And let me tell you right now, in Tim Austin's report, you can actually see an overhead map of the deer camp. So quite clearly, guys, they spent a lot of time there getting the 3D measurements. Something of interest occurred at the deer camp. And we know that, guys, right? Because there's a lot of crime scene tape, and the canines also were very interested in a burn barrel, right, guys? So quite clearly, there was a lot of activity at the deer camp, and we know that there was a huge amount of activity and interest at the cul-de-sac at the end of Kuss Road. Susan, do you have a comment?
I think it's likely that they found her electronics in the burn barrel at the deer camp. Possibly.
That is potentially very, very likely. Okay, because don't worry, we'll talk about all of that. Search Team A is very, very important to this narrative here. So Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? And again, it's rather remarkable what you pick up when you have a look at the photographs again, right? So just wait for Jack 61 to put up the picture. So it's 19M. Yeah, there you go. And lo and behold, who do you see standing on the ridge? You've got a guy with a tripod with a geodometer taking measurements, right? So they were definitely there, right? There's his tripod. There's that little computer device. And it's amazing when you look back and you look at these pictures. Oh my God, these guys were there taking measurements. And I'll tell you what, correct me if I'm wrong, but the guy in red, who does that look like to you guys?
Good old Dassey.
That is Tom Fassbender. That's Tom Fassbender. He was at Kuss Road. And Jack 61 will back me up on this. This becomes very important later when it comes to the disturbed earth search warrant. Right, Jack 61?
It sure does.
Right? And it's remarkable, but Fassbender definitely was at Kuss Road because there are photographs of him wearing the same outfit when he was on the Avery salvage yard on November the 5th next to the RAV. You could tell it's a reddish coat. It's got some black in it. To me, and look at the stance of that person, that looks very much like Tom Fassbender. Guys, let me know in chat and in on the panel. Do you think that looks? Look at the body, the way the body is standing. That's Fassbender. Alice, would you agree? Yes or no? Yep. Would you guys agree? That's Fassbender right there.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, very distinctive. And this becomes highly relevant later on, right? Because Fassbender...
Kay wants to know who's he talking to.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that guy with the jacket, I don't think that's Kratz. I think that could be a Wisconsin State Patrol trooper. I'm not sure who else was there. right? I'm not sure who else was there, but Tom Fassbender is one of the co-lead investigators, right? And remember, Fassbender is the one that almost looks like Kratz, doesn't it, Jack 61? Almost looks like Kratz. The guy in the bomber type jacket, but I'm not sure who else. I'm not sure whether that's Link, standing next to Fassbender. That I'm not sure. What is frustrating? Yeah, what is frustrating is that we don't have in and out sheet for people who went to Kuss Road. I'm not sure where they put their command posts, because there was a command post on, I think, at the junction of Avery Road and Highway 147. And remember, Kuss Road is not very far away from the Avery salvage yard. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Well, yeah, they should have put an in and out sheet there at Kuss Road and Q where they blocked it off.
Correct.
And they didn't, as far as I know.
Correct. But guys, you can see the crime scene tape. It's already up, and there's literally kilometers of it. And if you notice, all of those officers are on the other side of the crime scene tape. They haven't crossed it. Okay, so clearly something is going on here. But you can clearly see the guy up on the ridge. They're taking 3D measurements of Kuss Road already. Jack 61, can we have the next slide, please? So this will be 19N. All right. And the purpose of showing this, this is Sarah Fausk with her beautiful dog, Loof. And just two things to note here. Loof is actually quite a big dog and is two-toned in color. Her legs are much lighter in color. Her mid-coat is actually quite dark. And Sarah Fausk had blondish hair. So we know where Loof went. Loof went across the picked cornfield and headed directly towards the cul-de-sac where all the officers were. I don't recall. Do you have a comment?
No, that was by accident. Sorry.
No hassles at all. Anyone have a comment? So this is Sarah Fausk with her dog Loof. Loof is a scent dog. Right. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next picture, please. And again, this is picture 19O. And this is a truly remarkable picture. It shows so much, right? You could clearly tell that there was a lot of crime scene tape, right? It stretched way beyond where the clandestine burial site was, right? A long way away. It kept a lot of people away from where the clandestine burial site was. And in this photograph, you can clearly see what I believe is Sarah Fausk, right on the top, on the right-hand side, with her dog Loof, right? And you could see the leash that's on the ground, right? So Sarah Fausk with her dog Loof were definitely at Kuss Road, right? And in actual fact, they were there several times during that day, and we'll go over that. You can clearly see the white ambulance type of truck that's on the top, left behind 5 lights, and also looks like a generator as well. And these lights were used to light up the so-called clandestine burial site. But further down from those lights, Jack 61, you can actually see the guy with the tripod, right? So he's down there with the geodometer on a tripod, taking measurements, right? But it is a little bit hard to tell. So if you go slightly down, Jack 61, you can see that the crime lab, the yellow truck of the crime lab is there. And the crime lab checks in at about 3:30 p.m., I believe. So this is clearly the afternoon, right? Now, Jack 61, if you are able to go to the next slide. Now, according to Trooper Austin, he said that both Austin and Schwartz were there at about 3 p.m., right? So they had already started measuring at Kuss Road before the crime lab showed up, right? So if you have a look at the next picture, this must have been taken probably about 5 seconds after the previous one. So this is the guy, McConnell, in the helicopter taking high-resolution images. You can see Sarah Fausk walking away with Loof, right? They didn't allow Loof to cross the crime scene tape. But if you look at the gentleman with the geometer, you can actually see he's just stepped away from it, right? And so if we zoom on that, you can clearly see, guys, I think it's obvious, he's down there with the geometer, right? And again, these are all details that you all of a sudden see in photos that I'd never noticed before. Guys, anyone on the panel or anyone in chat got any comments?
I think we probably can't see shadows, Crockett, because it's probably cloudy right now.
Yeah.
Very likely. Yep. Very, very likely. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I looked at these photographs hundreds of times, probably, at least some of them. And you know, I've seen this, but I never, and I knew the guy, Austin was up on the berm up there with the geodometer, but I never really put it together. I never put it together like this.
Yes. So guys, keep in mind, the 3D forensic mapping unit was down at Kuss Road and they were taking measurements, right? A lot of measurements. And unfortunately, we don't see anything in their report regarding Kuss Road. It's being expunged, eliminated. Susan, did you have a comment?
No, Doc. One.
All right. Okay. So, guys, hopefully I've convinced you, or we've been able to convince you, that the 3D forensic mapping team were down there taking a lot of measurements. They were doing a 3D reconstruction around where the clandestine burial site was that turned out to be nothing, right? So they did
which
all
was
this
never used, correct? Wasn't used in court.
Correct. No.
Waste
Nobody
of money.
Nobody wanted to discuss the cul-de-sac at the end of Kuss Road. Nobody wanted to talk about it. Right, Jack 61?
I'd like to see what they paid for that 3D reconstruction.
It would have been a lot. According to his report and what he said, according to what he said in court, they took 4,100 measurements in the Avery salvage yard. They mapped the whole lot. 4,100 measurements, which meant that a guy had to move in 4,100 different spots in order to get a reading for the machine to do a 3D crime scene reconstruction. Jack 61.
Yeah, and they take those measurements of this geodometer and they pour all this shit into their geek app program, whatever the hell it's called, and it helps them turn out their animation along with the photos they took.
100% correct. And Crockett and others have asked, did Bushman have his dogs there? That's probably one of the best questions I've ever heard. And I've seen nowhere that Bushman had his dogs there. But Bushman, he was a canine dog handler. And if you're searching in the forest and you're looking for a potential clandestine burial site, that's exactly what you bring out with you. You either bring out a cadaver dog or you bring out a scent dog. But I've read nowhere, anywhere, that Bushman had his dogs or a dog. But if you're someone like Bushman, who's an ex-canine handler, that's exactly what you do bring. And there is a report that we'll talk about later, which I think hints that there could have been other dogs present searching. Susan, do you have a comment? But thank you, Crockett.
I was just wondering if Jack could go back to Sarah's picture so we can see her clothing. I know it looks like she has the same hat on, but did she have the white jacket and light pants? Well, I
We
don't know what that photo's from.
Yeah, that is correct. That's correct. That could. I don't know where that photograph was taken. That photograph
Right.
could have been a historical photo. It could have
Yeah,
been taken like at another time. But the
that's
purpose of
right.
showing that is that her hair color is actually quite
Yeah,
light, and her dog, her coat color, Loof's coat color matches what we see
yeah,
here. Right, the tan, the dark body, and the lighter legs, and we know that Loof was around the cul-de-sac at around that time as well. I didn't even realize that Loof had run several tracks that day. Right. So poor Loof was exhausted at the end. So guys, do we have any comments? Rhonda, do you have any comments?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So we do not know whether Bushman had his dogs or a dog with him. He never wrote a report, and I do agree with Sver. He was a ghost. He came in, did what he had to do, and then disappeared. Alice, do you have a comment?
No, it's actually Crockett. He says Bushman wasn't even there though, but he was.
Oh yeah,
Was
he
he
was
not?
there. Yeah, Bushman was there. We'll cover Bushman. Don't worry about that. Yes, he was there. In fact, it was Bushman that found the clandestine burial site. He's the one that found it. He's the one that called it in, and some of the stuff. Don't worry, we'll cover. But he was there. Bushman was actually part of Search Team A, and he definitely searched in that area. And he's the one that found the clandestine burial site. Yeah, he definitely was there. Jack 61, do you have any comment?
He left early for the crematorium.
Well, yeah, let's don't get too controversial, but his in and out times are extremely, shall we say, controversial. But we'll cover all of that. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
TJ want me to zoom in. I think you said in the middle here. I hope this is the one he wants.
Yep.
I'm not sure. It's a little too grainy for me to really make anyone out for sure.
Oh, but he wanted to look at shadows. On those images, you can't it could have been cloudy. You don't seem to see any type of shadows like you do in the other previous photographs. But because the crime scene was there, the crime scene unit, it's around about 3:30 and above, right? So it's now mid-afternoon, right? Because we've got the login times for when crime scene showed up. So it's after 3:30. Jack 61.
Yeah, I think it was just cloudy and there are really no shadows to be cast right now.
Yep. I agree with Andy B. We definitely needed everyone. There were some people from Search Team A that were called, but they didn't say very much at all. And I think Bushman's name was mentioned, I think, once or twice or three times in CASO. That's it. His name was just mentioned. There is no report by Bushman. Bushman was semi-retired. He was called in on November the 7th. Then he disappeared. Jack 61, any comments? Guys, any comments? Alice. Alice.
Our William in chat says, where were the uniformed patrol cops at this time? That's weird for me.
Oh, they were blocking the road off.
That's correct.
Q and Kuss Road.
That's correct. Yeah, the Kuss Road, you can actually see one of the police officer cars right on the right-hand side, on the upper right-hand side. They closed off both near County Q and right at the end of Kuss Road with two patrol cars. They weren't allowing people in and they weren't allowing people out. So, yeah, quite clearly, something of major significance was found because they blocked off the road. They were controlling the local traffic. And remember, the clandestine burial site was not part of Redon's property, but it was on someone's personal property. Alice, did you have a comment? Alice, we're good?
TJ Anderson says, I think he's meaning the photo of the for the shadows. Like the guy in the white shirt behind it should cast a shadow same way that the car was.
Yeah, it also depends very much on where the helicopter was when they took the image, and whether the sun was out, because as you will see.
Yeah, it doesn't look as sunny. It looks maybe clouded over, so you wouldn't
correct.
get the shadows like the car or the people really shining on the road the way you would if the sun was beaming right down on it.
Correct. And some of the images, unfortunately, from Kuss Road are very, very bad. I know that a lot of them had a lot of glare, and a lot of them were actually quite grainy and not very, very good. But yet others were crystal clear. So it was a bit of a mixed bag, right? So Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? So guys, the point is, the cul-de-sac at the end of Kuss Road was a hive of activity, right? And Fassbender complained all the time of a lack of resources. Now, this image, believe it or not, is an overhead image of the clandestine burial site, right? I've just expanded it. And one of our members, I'm not sure whether he's in chat, Sweaty Sheriff, he let me know that he also posted many of the similar images in our Discord channel. So he took all the similar type of images from the clandestine burial site and changed the brightness and contrast to bring up certain features. But this is remarkable. Jack 61, if you zoom just slightly out, you can see the yellow line of the crime scene tape, right? So this is at the clandestine burial site. The helicopter guy, McConnell, must be directly above it, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You can definitely see a big blue tarp. Guys, can everyone see that? And in chat, can everyone see a big blue?
Yes.
There's a big blue tarp on the ground, right?
And what's the white thing?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. You can see dark earth, right? So you can actually see, and it's in the shape of a grave, right? It's a grave shape. I'm not making this up. You can clearly see it's not a circle. It's grave shape, as if someone had dug a grave, right?
It's not. It's not a pallet shape either.
It's not the shape of a pallet. 100% correct. And the earth is actually quite dark. Jack 61, do we have any photographs right next to this area showing the blue tarp and the dugout earth? Jack 61.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Nope. Okay, so no one, according to Errol, his photographer took crime scene photos of the area that they dug out, the peat moss bag and the wooden pallet. I've never seen a picture of those at all. Susan, do you have a comment?
Oh, Andy B just said big blue tarp with teeth and eyes. I see what you're saying, Andy.
Correct. And was it Crockett Thompson said, Imanus, a small iPhone. Okay, so if you have a look at this, I'm not sure what that white object is. It can't be a pallet because it's the wrong color. It can't be a stump. That's the wrong shape. So to me, that either looks like a white tarp. Has anyone ever seen a peat moss bag that big? This is huge.
Could be where somebody poured a bunch of fucking lime down to cover a body to keep it from reeking.
That's a possibility. Susan?
Rhonda's saying ash.
I've got no idea. Okay, so this is the frustrating part, guys. The investigators clearly did not want you to be up and close and personal to this clandestine burial site. Guys, would you agree? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Right?
Obviously, yeah.
What other site of interest do we have the exact same issue? Where? where you can't see
Burn
anything.
pit?
Stephen
The
Avery's
burn pit.
burn pit. And guess who was at Stephen Avery's burn pit and at the clandestine burial site with the camera?
Was it Erdl?
Colburn and John Erdl. Are you now trying to tell me that John Erdl didn't photograph the clandestine burial site and also Stephen Avery's burn pit because it's obviously already been disturbed? Yes or no?
Well, that would be Erdl's excuse, which is
crap. There's a lot of photos they haven't given us, so they're there.
But don't you want to silence all the critics and say, "Told you guys, it's just a peat moss bag, and an old wooden pallet. Here you go. Here's the picture showing it." It's 2023 and we still haven't seen any of those images. Jack 61.
Well, this goes into what you were talking about last week. I think you brought it up. The really interesting thing. I mean, this is interesting too, but
yes.
I want to know how the fuck Bushman and his team got across their camp road over to this property. What led them there? Why are they there?
Oh, correct. Remember, this is a private property. This is not Redon's property. This is private property. And John Erdl said, yeah, we had to wait and get permission before we were able to search. Wait a minute. That means that, remember, Bushman clocks in very early on, and we'll go over it. Search Team A must have been there at the crack of dawn, searching the area. So did they seek permission from the homeowners first, or did they have the search warrant? Jack 61.
They didn't have either. They just went because all that was done after the fact. Because remember, Sunshine Christina got us that unfiled warrant for this property, for this exact property right here, and then they were able to get a hold of those people, and they gave the written permission. I actually just posted that document in Discord yesterday.
Yes.
And that was after the crime scene tape was put up.
Oh, hours after.
Okay.
Right.
So here's the deal. In my opinion, Bushman and his team went in clandestine. They went searching. Now
with a dog,
without a doubt,
with the dog, a dog, because you can go through a forest, and there could be a buried body 2 feet next to you, and you wouldn't know. Correct, guys? If you didn't know what to look for, you will never find a clandestine burial. That's why they're called clandestine, right, Jack 61?
That's right.
They're called clandestine because they're hidden, right? So if you bring in Bushman, say they called him, one of the officers or one of the investigators said, "Look, Mike, do you mind bringing in your dog and searching this particular area over here? Tell us what you find." Bushman calls in the clandestine burial site. They must have then realized that something of significance took place here and put up the crime scene tape to block it off. Jack 61.
Yeah, if you go through and listen to the MTSO dispatch calls, especially the ones we got last year, you'll hear Lieutenant Syme looking desperately for people, for searchers and so forth, and people to work. So this was and that was the 6th, because this is the 7th. What we're looking at now. So they made a lot of phone calls to get people in.
Correct. And guys, think about it. The beauty of putting up all that crime scene tape is that you keep civilian searchers out. Do you guys agree? So any random person just coming in to say, "Oh, we're looking for Teresa Horbach," they will not be allowed to cross that crime scene tape.
That's
correct,
right.
Jack?
Because they were all instructed. If you see this, you stop. If you do, if you found something, you put a flag in and you call an investigator, but you don't do anything else.
Correct. But quite clearly, the clandestine burial site was found by Bushman, and they put a kilometre of crime scene tape, a long distance away from where the burial site was, and that's to keep everybody out, including cadaver and scent dogs, because both of them, both different types of dogs, went to this particular area. They were very interested. Now, guys in chat, tell me if you can guess what that white thing is. Was Teresa Halbach's cremains wrapped in that white tarp and hence buried? And Jack 61, remember what the Disturbed Earth warrant says right at the end. We believe all of these instruments are essential for hiding a body.
That's right. It's right there in that
So-
unfiled warrant.
Yep. So I'm telling you now, whatever they found there, this was cause to get a warrant, because they said, oh, we found a piece of blue tarp. We found this, we found that. Based on my experience, this is the way you would hide a body. So there you go. It's all in black and white. Jack 61.
I'm convinced they found something significant there. Probably several significant things. Just listening to Bushman, just listen to his radio call. Yeah, I'm 100% convinced of that, and I'm 100% convinced that they found bones there and they took them and they dumped them in Avery's pit to find the next day.
Yes, and the dogs even show you how it was done. The dogs even show you how it was done. So Jack 61, do you have that audio call? Shall we play it now, or shall we play it at another time when we talk about Bushman?
It's entirely up to you. I can do it now or I can do it later. Up to you, Duck. You tell me what you want.
How long is that call, Jack 61?
It's like 25 seconds.
And this is Bushman?
It is Bushman.
Right. Shall we play it?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So don't worry, guys in chat. We'll definitely be talking about Mike Bushman later on in this podcast series. It's truly remarkable. So we'll just wait for Jack 61 to get that audio call.
All right. I was wrong. It's less than that. It's 15 seconds. All right, here we go. If you're in Discord, you're going to have to unmute to hear this. So, here we go.
Brad, we're almost at the end of Kuss Road. Should be a squad down there. I don't know who's sitting in it, but bring an investigator down here. We got some items that should be cleared. Copy. 26, you may want a shovel. 752, we copied. We'll make arrangements here. Therefore, it's just an item that should be checked a little longer.
There's a lot in that. Got some items down here from an investigator. And then 2 seconds later, he says, bring a shovel.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What did he say after that, Jack? I couldn't make it out.
I'd have to back it up and play it again.
That last part.
26, you may want a shovel. 752, we copied. We'll make arrangements here. Therefore, it's just an item that should be checked a little longer.
Yeah, I can't make out that last little bit. It's a little too garbled. I don't know. I'm going to ask Andy if he has time to see if he can clean it up a little bit to get some of that. Because it's like
Awesome.
their mouth is right in the microphone, you know?
Yeah, that very last few seconds. Yeah, I couldn't make out either.
Yeah.
But he did request the shovel, right?
Absolutely. You need to bring a shovel.
Okay. Not to preempt anything, but have a guess who hit on the shovel. Who gave an alert on the shovel?
I'm going to shut up. I know, but I'm not going to say. Go
Right.
ahead.
So Brutus, the cadaver dog, hit upon the shovel. Now remember, Brutus is a cadaver dog that detects human decomposition. Brutus hit upon that shovel. Now, guys, is this cause and effect? This is truly remarkable. and someone had said that that white tarp is probably to put forensic evidence on top and bundle it up. That is a possibility. But correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but didn't Bushman say items? He said items. He found items.
Yes,
Now,
he did.
Now, you trying to tell me that Bushman, as senior as he was, is going to call in to dispatch and ask for investigator or whoever he asked for and a shovel based on a peat moss bag and a pallet? Does anyone believe that story? Jack 61.
Absolutely not.
No.
Right. So, guys, you're now hearing it as it unfolded. And this image here, I think, is so damning because Erdl said that, he was the one that dug this out. I don't believe he did. This was dug out by Bushman way earlier. Whatever was there was removed prior to the crime lab getting there. Just speculation.
I'm 100% convinced of that, Doc. 100% convinced. It was removed and gone.
Removed and gone. And I'll tell you how it was done as well, in my opinion. Susan, do you have a comment?
Oh, TTM Fangirl says at the end, it's like just an item that needs to be checked a little longer. Something like that.
Okay.
That last part.
Yep. Okay. See, I don't know. I think he actually requested for a shovel. He actually requested for digging equipment.
Absolutely. Yeah, I heard that.
I think on some of the images, it's a little bit hard to tell, but I believe there were buckets down there as well. I originally thought that those items were the lights. They look like buckets, right? So the lights were brought down there. The floodlights were brought down there. I think there were buckets used to collect the material as well. But yeah, I just wanted to show everyone this image here. Please check out our Discord channel, Sweaty Sheriff. Posted even more images and just changed the contrast and the brightness to bring up certain things. But that's got me stumped, literally stumped. I don't know what that is. You got a big blue tarp, an area that looks like a grave, and you got something white in the middle of it. Jack 61.
There's another image that Yoris grabbed from Making a Murder. I'm glad to pull that up if you want me to. I didn't include it. Okay.
Yeah, can you get access to it?
I can. It's going to take me about 20 seconds.
No worries. No worries at all. Susan, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was going to read TTM Fangirls. It says there is a picture somewhere of the crime scene taped to a tree stump with what looks like a peat moss bag and a piece of pallet at the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Nowhere near where this blue tarp is.
No, that's correct. These images are from November the 7th, right? This is all these images of Kuss Road that McConnell took from a helicopter are from November the 7th. And I think Jack 61 said that they made a mistake on the metadata date. Jack 61.
Yes, that's right. They at least for the helicopter aerial photos, there's a notation in one of the reports about that the date and time are incorrect. So I don't know about the others, about Reese and Austin, but this is the photo that's up now. Let me make this big.
Yep. Would you like to comment on it, Jack 61? I've seen this picture as well.
Well, this is a photo that Yoris shared from. It came from Making Murder. I don't know which episode. Yeah, but this is
probably season 2. Probably season 2.
I would guess, yeah. I would guess that's right. But you can see this area here on the left. I'll zoom in on it. I mean, we can see some disturbed earth. We don't know where this photo, how they got their hands on it. But if this is actually Kuss Road and part of this area, that tells me these photos have already been released, and there's absolutely no reason they cannot be released. Actually, they by law they really have to be released again, and we've been denied and denied and denied.
Right, but what you notice there is a lack of any proper markings to give you an idea exactly where that picture was taken. Because remember, this is a forested area.
That's right.
Are you trying to tell me that they brought down all those detectives, trucks, fire brigade, several kilometers of crime scene tape because of just that little bit of disturbed earth, do you?
No, not a chance in hell, man. Not a chance in hell.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what's interesting is there's no leaves on top of that, so it does look like something recent has happened there.
Yep.
But if it's just a pallet and a peat moss bag, there would be leaves on top of that because it had obviously, they said there were roots growing and it had been there a long
Correct.
time.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Again, if I don't show you proper markings, a GPS coordinate, how the scene looks around it, you've got no idea where that picture was taken and why it was taken. Susan.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that very well could be a place where Teresa was buried.
I'm going to make a comment on this, and maybe it's just my million-year-old eyes seeing something. But if you look, I think you can see my mouse cursor. If you look to the right of that disturbed Earth area, you can see a section here and a section here, like a vehicle has been pulled back in there. And I'm not saying that's right, but
Well,
the
isn't
Earth
that interesting, Jack 61?
I don't know if that's
Isn't
true or
that
not,
interesting?
but I noticed this the other day when yours shared this photo.
Yes, because in actual fact, on Bushman's report, he talks about tracks. He mentions tracks.
Interesting.
Right? It is very, very interesting. So this has got to be a very early picture, a very early photograph, because I believe in the Disturbed Earth report, one of the officers said, I observed Mike Bushman get a flag and put it into the area of disturbed earth, and the flag went in very, very easily. I think it was Deedring.
That's right.
And then he also mentioned the fact that he also observed Bushman put a flag adjacent to the area of disturbed earth, and it was hard.
That's right.
Right? Now, nobody I know goes in the middle of a forest on a private property and buries a pallet in a peat moss bag. Right? Nobody I know does crap like that. Guys, what do you reckon?
Not a chance in hell.
No. So I think
it makes no sense. Yeah.
It honestly makes no sense whatsoever, right? So I think they used it as a cover to cover up the events at Kuss Road. All right, Jack 61, that's an excellent picture. Can we have a look at the next picture, please? This is a photograph or image 19R. And Alice, do we have many questions in chat? No, just to answer Crockett, Bushman didn't write a report. We have never seen a report written by Bushman. People on the panel, has anyone ever seen a report written by Bushman?
Absolutely not.
No report at all. No report at all. Alice, do you have any comments?
I'm just checking in the chat, Doc. Anthony House says Bushman was protected by Kusurik with the Ricky Hochsledler case.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Yeah. We've got J Retro Gamer, who's joined us tonight in chat. Hello there, Jay. Welcome to Foul Play. He says,
Welcome.
Hi guys. I always listen but never comment. Just want to say thank you for the awesome work. The awesome work you guys do. I always look forward to it. Well, thank you very much, Jay. That's very much appreciated.
Awesome.
TTN Fangirl says, I have not been in the picture in a long, long time, but I think it's where they got the idea to describe this non-incident as a bag and pallet.
Yep. There's still today, even today, there are many, many mysteries at Kuss Road, but slowly we're chipping that away, I believe. through a lot of hard-nosed research, we're exposing the shenanigans, and the canines did all of that. Alice, any other comments? We're all good?
TJ Anderson says, even at Kuss Road, there's no way someone was burned to tiny bone fragments there.
No.
I agree.
No. Yeah, 100% agree. Whatever they found there were likely human cremains and other personal effects. Whatever was found by Bushmen, they knew it was Teresa Horbach. It had to be deadly serious, right? They knew it belonged to Teresa Horbach. They were able to identify her remains, likely by personal effects that were found there as well. But no, you're not going to be able to turn a human being into tiny bones. She was very likely cremated in a burn barrel, right? And either the contents of the burn barrel were dumped there or something, and hence the potential presence of ash, right?
Or a crematorium, Doc.
Or a crematorium, correct. All right, now I'm going to prove to you something very important that the canine dogs did. I'm going to prove to you in the next few slides that the actual investigators who cried and complained all the time about a lack of resources actually paid no attention to the cadaver dogs nor the scent dogs. I'm going to prove it to you. Now, this is CASO report. This is CASO 1, page 78. Who would like to read it on the panel? Who would like to read it out?
I'm happy to read if no one else.
Yep.
If no one
Can
else wants
you
to.
can you actually see it?
Yes.
All right. Now this is Bill Tyson, who wrote this report on November the 5th, 2005. Let's go for it, guys.
Do you want just the highlighted, Doc, or all of it?
The whole lot. The whole lot.
Okay. At approximately 1700 hours, 5 p.m., I did make contact with representatives of the Great Lakes Search and Rescue Association. I was informed there were 4 dogs that would be assisting with the search of the junkyard. Those handling dogs were Elaine McLaren, Grace Salm, Leanne Charnot, and Robert Kramer. I was informed that there should be a deputy with each of the dog handlers, and I did assign Deputy Kenneth R. Matusek to go with Grace Salm, Deputy Daniel Kucharski to go with Elaine McLaren, and Deputy Gary Schultz to go with Robert Kramer. At 5:20, the dogs and deputies began their search of the junkyard. At approximately 6:55, Investigator Baldwin informed me that the dogs and deputies had finished the search of the junkyard area, and the dogs and their dog handlers were released from the crime scene. November 5th, 2005. Sergeant Bill Tyson.
Now, I had no idea of the significance of this, right, until Neverly and I started reading the Ferak's chapter. So, guys, do you realize that the investigators called in 4 cadaver dogs, these were cadaver dogs, to search all the cars in the Avery salvage yard, right? To search the entire yard. In an hour and 35 minutes, they covered the entire Avery salvage yard. And don't laugh, because Pam of God only took, 20 minutes to find the RAV4? So these cadaver dogs were put in teams with a deputy. They had to have gridded the Avery salvage yard, and they go, right, search the vehicles. Being cadaver dogs, they would have hit upon certain vehicles that had blood, right? So these dogs were there to search the salvage yard. Notice that's not Brutus. So these were additional dogs that were searched. So guys, are you impressed that in an hour and 35 minutes, they searched all the vehicles in the salvage yard? Because these are cadaver dogs. They scent or detect human decomposition. So where a dog gives an alert, the deputy would have written it down. Guys, do you agree? Susan, do you agree?
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. That's pretty fast.
Right? So these dogs, they're quite fit. They're working dogs. They move around the cars very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Where they detect, have you seen them work? They're running. They are running. Where they detect human decomposition, for example, blood that's been spilled in a car as a result of a traffic accident, they bark, they give an alert. The dog handler notes it, the deputy witnesses it, and hence they go and check, right? And remember, some of the cadaver dogs did hit upon vehicles where traffic accidents or an accident took place. Susan.
Schmicky says, where does it say they did all 40 acres on just that day? Well, it says they started at 5:20 and finished the search of the junkyard at
Correct.
6:55. So
yeah,
it does say
they're on. Yep, they're on the junkyard, right? And if you group,
Crockett pointed out they would each have like 10 acres each.
Yeah, something like that. But remember, the cars, they were put into sections, and there were roadways between the cars. So the dogs would have gone up and down the roadways. It's not as much as you think. And because they're cadaver dogs, because they have an incredible sense of smell, if they were able, some of the cadaver dogs were able to detect droplets of dried blood in cars, right? You have to be impressed. Jack 61.
Oh, absolutely. But they are working dogs. They don't dick around. It's not like they, give an alert and they just sit down and wait for another command. They move because they would give them another command, search, or whatever their command was.
Correct. So the point I'm trying to make here, guys, the investigators did the right thing. They got the cadaver dogs, a team of them. Don't forget, there was Brutus as well and others. They searched the salvage yard. The dogs would have given hits. The instructors would have taken notes. And hence, you then reinvestigate where they hit. Alice, do you have a comment?
Just a bit, like I said in last week's podcast as well, about locating his nose. We were out doing the woods just yesterday it was. We were out for his nighttime walk and we were going through the woods and he started stopping and looking in a certain direction and sniffing the air and everything like that. And I could not see anything apart from squirrels running in my vicinity that I could see myself. So we continued on a wee bit further, and it was about maybe another 100 yards or so down the pathway. Up on the ridge, there was some baby deer, and he smelled that before I seen it, And they were up on a ridge, and they were camouflaged through the trees and the brush and things like that. But he smelled them before I even seen them. He knew that they were up there somewhere along that ridge before I could even see them, So for them to say that they started at 5:20 and finished by 5:57, I could quite believe that, especially if you've got 4 dogs on that property. One takes north, south, east, and west. You know what I mean? And then they kind of meet in the middle. Yeah. So I can completely understand that them searching those cars. And I mean, as you say, Doc, they're trained on decomposing and things like that. It would take them a second to sniff a car, car. It would take them a second at most, And if they got a hit, they would have sat down in front of that car or at the side or wherever they smelt that smell,
Correct.
So, I completely understand the dogs doing that search with that amount of cars and that amount of hours, Just with Loki's reaction the other day there with those deer, he smelt them before I even seen them, you know?
Correct. And don't forget, these dogs would have gone past the vehicles that are in clusters, right? The dogs didn't have to search each car. The dog they were looking for a scent of human decomposition. They're sniffing the air like Lockie did, right? So they can go past 40, 50 cars. If there's nothing there, plus they would have gone up and down. If they don't notice any smell, they don't give an alert. So this is an excellent use of resources. Would you agree, guys? Bring in the cadaver dogs, check out the salvage yard. Where there's a hit, go and investigate. Guys in chat, do you agree? That's the best way to use these dogs. Who agrees?
Absolutely.
That's the best way. Now
Yeah.
you're not gonna believe what happened next, right? So we've got. So I went back to the original transcripts. This is an exchange that took place between Kratz and Kramer, Julie Kramer, the dog handler of Brutus. Susan, are you happy? Or I'll wait for Jack61 to put up the next slide. It's 19S. Are you happy to read out Kratz? His is the
You bet.
question. And
Here,
Rhonda,
Hager.
are you there? Thank you, Sugar. Rhonda, are you there? I was just seeing.
Yes,
Rhonda,
I'm here. Sorry.
Can you see the slide? Are you able to read Julie Kramer? Hers is A, answer in blue.
Yes, I can.
Beautiful. So this is Kratz talking to Kramer. Pay attention, guys. This is important. All right, Susan.
And did you respond to what's now known as, or what the jury now knows as, the Avery salvage yard?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jury what happened when you got there.
We were paged at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We arrived on scene at 2:30 and we were held at the roadblock. At approximately 3:30, they requested a dog team trained in human remains detection to come and clear an area within the Avery salvage yard. Specifically, they wanted us to check a car crusher.
There's an exhibit, Miss Kramer, that's been received as exhibit number 86, that the jury has seen before. This is a larger version of that. Will this exhibit allow you or help you to explain what you and Brutus did on the evening of the 5th?
At this first time, we were asked to just bring one dog team down. So we took our most advanced dog, our most experienced dog, which would be Brutus. And we responded what would be kind of from the bottom left corner of that photo. We came up the roadway to the area that would be a car crusher. We would have entered this way and we came in and I believe, is this the car crusher?
Yes.
We were asked first to clear that location.
What does clear that mean?
Take the dog through and determine if he's giving any trained indication of human remains. When Brutus smells what he believes is human remains, he barks. He gives me a bark indicator. So we did check this car crusher and we did not get any indicator at the car crusher.
Where did you then take Brutus?
They then asked us to proceed through the area of cars that were crushed right here, and we did do that.
Was there any indication of human remains?
He did not give any indicators there.
All right. Thank you, ladies. So let's get this straight. The investigators called in the most experienced cadaver dog that they had, Brutus. Brutus is an extremely accurate cadaver dog. Brutus and Kramer were asked to check the car crusher. that Brutus would have checked all around the car crusher, probably even in the car crusher. No alerts, right? Sorry, I don't recall. Did you have a comment?
I'm sorry, I keep hitting that button by accident. No.
Okay. Rhonda, did you have a comment? Just Rhonda. We're all good?
Nope.
All right. So let's think about this. If you're going to get rid of a body, a car crusher is one way of doing it, right, guys? So you crush a body in a car, you're going to get rid of that body. However, you're going to leave forensic evidence behind. You're going to leave behind a lot of blood, guts, you name it. For a cadaver dog, this is easy. If there's any blood in that car crusher or around the car crusher, the dog will give an alert. Guys, do you agree? If Teresa Hallbuck was crushed in that car crusher, there would be forensic evidence left behind that a cadaver dog can detect. Jack 61.
No doubt about it. That Brutus would have detected that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So Brutus cleared the car crusher. And I'll show you pictures that show that there was a car in the car crusher. Brutus checked it and gave no indication, no alerts. Then they were asked, okay, I want you to check all these crushed cars. There were 54 of them, all in a pile, and I'll show you pictures of those. Brutus checked every one of them. Brutus gave no alert. Would that indicate to you guys that Teresa Hallbuck was not in one of those crushed cars? Yes or no? Jack 61.
Yeah, she wasn't. No way.
Correct. So you bring in the most experienced dog on the team, Brutus. He checks the car crusher, around the car crusher. He checks all the car vehicles that were crushed. He doesn't give an alert, right? That to me is the smart way of using your resources, correct? Would you guys agree? 10, 15 minutes, the dog would have checked both areas very, very carefully. Remember, either Brutus is off the leash or is leashed but supervised. Brutus is trained to bark when he detects human decomposition. Proof, remember, he barked at the RAV4, indicating the presence of human decomposition. He barked in Stephen Avery's bathroom area, indicating the presence of human decomposition. So and he also barked at a couple of other cars near the RAV4, indicating the presence of human decomposition. So the dog hit rate was 100%. He found nothing in the crusher, nothing in the crushed cars. Guys, are we happy with that? Yeah, we're all happy with that. So any investigator will say, job well done. The cadaver dogs went through the Avery salvage yard. This is where they hit. We checked, we found blood, we're happy. We know that Teresa Hallbuck's body is nowhere in any of these cars. Jack 61.
Well, Deputy Inspector Shetter wasn't satisfied with that, as we found out later.
Correct. So Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide. So this is the car crusher that was on the Avery salvage yard, right? Was owned by Norbs. And we know that Stephen Avery operates the car crusher or had operated the car crusher. Same with Earl. Not sure whether Chuck did. But if you look very closely, in that car crusher, there is a car. Jack 61, yeah, the next slide. So quite clearly, Brutus went around the car crusher, probably went in the car crusher, looked around, sniffed around. Brutus gave no alerts, right? And Jack 61, if we look at the next slide, Brutus also checked all the cars that were crushed in a pile. And again, Brutus gave no alerts, right? So if you're an investigator and you're under pressure because you don't have enough resources, using the cadaver dogs is a smart way to check the vehicles, right, guys? So, job well done, except look what happens. Look what happens next. I don't recall. Can you see slide 19W? We'll just wait for Jack
Now I
61
can.
to come up.
Yes, I can.
Yep. So note, no alerts on the car crusher. No alerts on the vehicles that were crushed. So what does the state decide to do? What does the investigators decide to do? I don't recall. This is CASO page 135. Can you just read this section, please?
Okay. On 11, excuse me, on 11/7/05 at approximately 8:50 a.m., I, Investigator Wendy Baldwin, met with personnel from the Mishicot Fire Department who had brought their jaws cutting tools to assist with opening the crushed vehicles in the pit area. We started cutting open the vehicles at approximately 8:50 a.m. and concluded at approximately 12:20 p.m. Approximately 54 vehicles were opened by means of having the roof cut off and searched. However, nothing was found.
Nothing was found. Now, guys, have a look at this insanity, right, guys? You could not even make this up. You bring in cadaver dogs, trained cadaver dogs. They clear the crusher. They clear all the crushed vehicles. What does the investigators decide to do? They decide to call in the fire department. They bring in their jaws of life and they cut open all the cars piece by piece, looking for something. Jack 61.
Yep. Cheddar had dispatch call several different departments that had jaws of life, and they brought 3 teams out there to cut those open.
Well,
Now I understand why they needed all of those jaws of life. I was not sure of that before.
Yeah. So they took each car using an end loader, put it on the ground, and they used the jaws of life to reopen the crushed cars, every one of them. And it took them several hours to do. 54 cars, even though the cadaver dog Brutus said, boys, there's nothing here. And they reconfirmed what Brutus found probably within a few minutes. Alice, do you have a comment?
It's actually Double D's joined us in chat. Hi, Double D. Nice to see you. They're asking, was there an alert on the burn barrels? And then he says, maybe it's easier to say, what areas did the dogs give alerts?
Yes, Brutus actually gave high alert and high activity on 2 of the under burn barrels. I'm not sure whether Brutus went in the garage or not, the Dassey garage, I do not know. But remember, Brutus would not pick up deer blood. Brutus only picks up human decomposition. Brutus hit on 2 under burn barrels, high activity. Right? But guys, just getting back here, how insane is this? You call several fire brigade units to come out with their jaws of life to reopen up all the crushed vehicles when a cadaver dog said there was no activity at all, no alerts at all. And it's investigator Wendy Baldwin who writes a report and says nothing was found. Jack 61.
I really don't understand. There had to be some conversation on scene with Deputy Inspector Shetter, because he was running the show, and not believing these cadaver dogs' ability to detect human decay. There had to be somebody said, "Hey, you can't believe them damn dogs. She's in here somewhere."
Probably listening to Fassbender, he said that it was just a theory.
A theory.
Yeah. And that actually goes to explain. Now look, whenever the dogs gave a hit, the investigators searched the vehicle, right? Brutus gave a hit on the Toyota RAV4, Teresa's Toyota RAV4. Brutus gave a hit on other vehicles in the property. Those vehicles were photographed, they were processed, they took swabs, They checked the vehicles. The investigators weren't going to check all 3,000 plus vehicles, right? Because the cadaver dogs went through them. I think the scent dogs went through as well. The investigators went to where the dogs gave the hits. Yet, quite clearly here, guys, even though Brutus cleared the car crusher, cleared the crushed cars, Brutus was not believed. Alice, do you have a comment?
Actually, Skimicky and chat, they're asking, what is the problem with thorough searches of certain cars, please? And then he says, why are you of the mindset they were looking for Teresa in those cars?
Well, this was a missing persons case, right? And the person that was reported missing was none other than Teresa Hallbach. So I'm not sure whether they were searching for anybody else, but quite clearly, they were searching for somebody else. But quite clearly, they're doing their due diligence. That's why you bring in the dogs, right? And the cadaver dogs went through the entire property. The cadaver dogs did certain hits. The investigators went to those cars, saw the drops of blood, did swabs, did photography, etc., etc. But why on earth?
Doc,
Yes, Susan.
they also opened every trunk of every car on that property after the dogs had gone through.
Yes. That's correct. So here's the madness. It's as though they never used the dogs at all. Do you agree? Despite the dogs telling them where the hits were and where the hits weren't, they still went ahead, used the jaws of life on all the crushed vehicles. I believe they even took out the crushed car from the crusher with an end loader and checked that too.
They did.
And as Susan said, they opened up the hoods and the bonnets of every vehicle. And they found nothing in addition to what the dogs had already told them. Jack 61.
Shabiki says, why are you of the mindset they were looking for Teresa on those cars? Well, here's the thing. And you have to understand, Shabiki, the cadaver dogs are trained to specifically look for human remains.
Human.
And that's all. Human biological decay. And that's all. Not animal or anything else. Human.
Correct.
So
correct.
That's what they were, it didn't matter if it was Teresa or not. If there had been blood or some kind of decay in there, it wouldn't necessarily have to be Teresa. But
that's
it would
correct.
It would have alerted them. It would have alerted them to dig deeper.
Correct. So Shmiki, the cadaver dogs are not specific for Teresa Hallbach.
No.
They detect human decomposition. And that's why they detected the blood that was in Stephen Avery's trailer, because he had cut himself and bled on the ground and he had touched certain areas of his home. So quite clearly, they didn't find Teresa Hallbach's body. So they were looking for a body, right? So what better way can you do so? By using a cadaver dog or cadaver dogs that are trained to look for human decomposition. Remember, Teresa Hallbach was missing since October the 31st. So had her body been in one of those vehicles, it would have shown signs of human decomposition. Jack 61.
Yeah, I mean, for Shamiki, I understand that, you're questioning what's the problem with them doing a thorough search. And there's not a problem other than the fact of resources and a trust factor between,
Correct.
Like I said, Deputy Inspector Shetter wasn't the one in control, at least at that point in time, of this particular search. So clearly he didn't believe it or whatever. I really don't know the situation because we don't have a report on it. Why they went ahead after the fact and said, hey, we need to cut these cars open and look deeper, even though the cadaver dogs didn't detect any biological material at all. It didn't have to be Teresa, any biological hits at all.
Correct. 100% correct. So to me, guys, it makes no sense that the investigators will bring in all the cadaver dogs and scent dogs, bloodhounds, and then completely ignore them and do their own investigation at the same time.
That's right.
It is counterintuitive, and it really makes Investigator Fassbender look like an absolute idiot, because he was the one complaining of a lack of resources all the time. Alice, do you have a comment?
It's Skimicky and chat. He says, I'm talking about the cars. They should have been cut open, not talking about a body. Then he says, well, if you all were in charge, wouldn't you cut open the cars? Well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, if the car's already crushed to smithereens, that you can't really fit anything in unless it's pieces of a body, then bringing in a cadaver dog to check that car, I can understand. But cutting it open when it's cut to smithereens that you couldn't fit anything in, not even a body in it, then I don't understand why they would cut open the cars that are already crushed to smithereens. You know, they could have used that resources to search other places on the salvage yard, in my opinion. So, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, they've got to check everything. So cutting open the cars is part of the process.
Yeah.
But if that car is already squished like that you couldn't even get a hand in there, never mind a body. Why are they cutting?
It would have smashed a body. That crusher would have destroyed a body. It would work, but there would be blood and everything everywhere.
Yeah, and it says search everything. Yeah, well, that's what the dogs did. That is the whole part of the dogs in that process. You know, because no matter how old or how new the person or the scent, because you've got to remember that they gave the dogs the scent from Teresa's shoes, so they were the ones that were putting the dogs on the scent for Teresa herself, whether it was her scent, her body, her blood, or whatever. You know, it's not us that are saying that exactly what their actions by getting the dogs coming in and giving them her scent from her shoes. To me, that's them bringing in the factor of her body being in amongst those cars, if you see what I mean.
Correct. But the thing is this, right? We are 100% in agreement. You're searching for Teresa Hallbach herself. No question about it. That's what an investigation is all about. But we're talking about a 40-acre car lot with over 3,000 vehicles. Cadaver dogs are trained to detect human decomposition. If one of those crushed cars comes up as a positive alert by a cadaver dog, for example, Brutus, you absolutely take that car and take it apart. No one is in disagreement, right? 100% correct. But when the cadaver dogs go through the salvage yard and 99.99% of those vehicles are negative for human decomposition, you got to trust the dogs. You got to trust the dogs. That's why you brought them in the first place. Jack 61.
Yeah, I think that's the disconnect, Doc, is this trust factor. You know, maybe Shedder and the rest are just, they're not knowledgeable enough about these dogs and how sensitive their noses are and how well trained they are to detect human decomposition.
Correct.
I think that was the problem.
Correct. And as you know, and we'll have a look at the pictures, the Brutus was 100% correct. There was absolutely nothing found. In fact, Teresa Hallbach and none of her remains, cremains, possessions, nothing was found in any vehicle on the salvage yard. Not one. Okay? So that's the problem. You bring in the cadaver dogs to do a sweep. That's why you bring them in. And Brutus was, as Ken Kratz questioned Kramer, is the most trained dog, high success rate, checked the crusher, checked all the crushed vehicles, no alerts. No, they didn't believe Brutus. They then reopened up all the crushed cars. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? So imagine this, right? This was on, we'll just wait for the slide to come up. This was on a news report on NBC 26. Now, if you're at home watching this, where you've got all these firefighters with the jaws of life opening up crushed vehicles, would that be a horrific sight to you watching this on TV? Yes or no? Alice, yes or no? Would that make a bad impression on you?
Sorry, say that again, Doc.
Would you get a bad impression if you saw this on a news report at your house? All these firefighters opening up crushed vehicles with the jaws of life. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, you'd be like, oh my God, what the hell's going on there? What are they looking for?
Yeah, what are they looking for? I don't recall. Bad impression or good impression?
I'd want to know what's going on.
Yep.
Wouldn't make sense.
Excellent. Susan, what about yourself?
I'd say they were being very thorough.
Yes. Thank you. Jack 61.
Yeah, I'm like Cherie. I definitely would want to know what the hell's going on out there.
Yep, 100%. And Rhonda, what about yourself?
Yeah, I just think it's more unnecessary. Well, I guess I'm just somebody viewing from TV. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, then
Correct.
I'd be saying, what the fuck is happening here?
Definitely.
There must be something serious going on.
Yep,
which
definitely.
is what the goal was all the time.
Yep, definitely. You would be very worried if the fire brigade are out there with the jaws of life on crushed vehicles. You're putting two and two together because A, you found the victim's vehicle on the Avery salvage yard and you can't find Teresa Hallbach. So the impression you get is, oh my God, did somebody crush Teresa Hallbach's body in one of these vehicles? Is she there? Susan.
You notice the geodimeter there, right?
Yep, correct. The geodimeter up on the right-hand corner doing the surveying, correct? Now, I'm telling you right now, you either trust the dogs or you don't, right? This is redundant. This is a waste of time, a waste of resources, because the cadaver dogs have got a much powerful sense of smell than any human on the planet. If Teresa was crushed in one of these vehicles, they would have picked it up. Easy peasy. If they were able to pick up drops of Stephen's blood on the ground, they would easily be able to pick up pools of blood in these vehicles, right? And to have all the fire brigade come out there and reopen up all the vehicles was an incredible waste of time and energy and resources and money. It doesn't mean you didn't care. It meant that you used your brain and you used the cadaver dogs to do their job. Otherwise, don't bring them out in the first place if you don't trust them. Jack 61, am I being too harsh or what?
No, I don't think you're being too harsh. Again, I think there's just a lack of training and understanding by the police that were on the ground. I'm sure that they were anxious to try to find Teresa. They had her car. Where the hell is she at? I'm sure they were anxious to try to find her. But when these cadaver dogs, and again, I just think that they just didn't know, Doc. And it was a big waste. It was a huge waste.
Correct. Now, I know that Schmicky says hindsight is 2020, except it was the investigators that called in the cadaver dogs.
That's right.
The cadaver dogs weren't an afterthought. The cadaver dogs had a specific role, and that is they detect human decomposition. If you wanted to be thorough, you cut open every all 3,000 cars, right? Yes, you're right. They didn't find the cremains until magically November the 8th, right? But remember, this is November the 7th, and the cadaver dogs went through on November the 5th, right? The cadaver dogs gave a hit where they found human decomposition. So they did the right thing. The investigators did the right thing. They brought in the cadaver dogs to do a sweep. The cadaver dogs hit on certain vehicles. The investigators went there, searched it, found blood, wrote a report. Why didn't the investigators trust Brutus on the crusher and the crushed cars? That's the question I'm asking. It's got nothing to do with hindsight. They didn't trust Brutus. Jack 61, correct or not correct? The mere fact that they reopened up all the crushed cars meant they didn't trust the findings of Brutus.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, again, you can go back and listen to the calls on the 6th of Deputy Inspector Shedder talking to dispatch numerous times. And he also talked to at least one, maybe two of the actual teams that were going to come out, because he didn't want it. He says, "Yeah, I don't want a bunch of people out here. Maybe 3 or 4 person per team, just what you need and no more." So I think I don't know. We don't know what happened, but clearly there is a disconnect here of information that we don't have.
That's 100% correct.
And a lack of trust, of
it
what
is.
These trained dogs did and didn't find.
100% correct. And mind you, and Schmicky is correct in a way, because what did Fassbender accuse Stephen Avery was going to do with the RAV4? He was going to crush it.
He was going to crush it,
right?
Yeah.
He was going to crush the RAV4, except the RAV4 was never crushed, or he was going to put the RAV4 in a pond, right? The RAV4 was never put in a pond. It was never crushed, right? And so the next best thing is, maybe he crushed Teresa Hallbach's body, right? But if that's the case, then there's going to be human decomposition, because these dogs have got incredible sense of smell, right? So Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide, please. 19, and we welcome, look who's in our chat, Neville. Isn't she meant to be going to surf here? She's in our chat. Welcome, Neville. Good to see you here. So you can see that it took a lot of effort, right, to check to cut open the vehicles. They cut the vehicles to pieces, right? Now, why didn't they simply, if they were that worried, why didn't they run a cadaver dog around the vehicle, right? They took all the vehicles off the pile. They cut open every one. Why not just simply run a cadaver dog over them? If the cadaver dog gives an alert, yeah, go for it. But guys, I'm sorry. This is a total waste of time, energy, and resources. And the cadaver dogs were correct. Nothing was found in any of those vehicles. Jack 61. Oh, sorry, Alice.
Schmicky was saying, why are you insisting a cadaver had to be involved to have to open those cars? What were they looking for? Do you know?
They're looking for Teresa Hallbach's body. They're looking for a body.
Yeah.
What he's saying is they could have been looking for anything related to the case, not necessarily Teresa. They might have been looking for other evidence.
Oh,
yeah.
Is the point that Schmicky is trying to make.
Sure, I understand that. But surely your number one priority is to find her body, right? And I believe that they did find her body, but not on the Avery salvage yard. They found her body or her remains at Kuss Road, right? Where the clandestine burial site was. Now, I understand, I do understand Schmicky, and I really appreciate his or her passion. But remember, you're on a time factor here. And the number one complaint was that we had a lack of resources. If you're diverting your resources to opening up the vehicles, then you're wasting time. I'm sorry, but you're wasting time. If your aim is to find Teresa Horbach, possibly alive, is she being held against her will, this is not the way to do it, right? Now, notice, Brutus was asked to check the crushed cars and asked to check the crusher. Correct? Jack 61, correct?
That's right. That's right.
That was an assignment that was tasked on Brutus and Julie Kramer. The dog did its job. The dog checked the crusher. The dog checked the crushed vehicles, gave no alerts. Why are you ignoring the cadaver dog? Their best dog. Why are you ignoring him? And then bring in the fire brigade, open up all the vehicles, and they found nothing. Right?
Well, you know, and to go to the resources part, I've talked about it several times. You can listen to the dispatch calls yourself. They're all in the playlist, and there's call after call. I could go on and on about Lieutenant Syme, and I think maybe even there may be even somebody else that was involved in one, depending on the day, trying to get people to come in to do whatever needed to be done. So there was a huge problem in the resources, and I mean, when I mean resources, I mean people to do even just security, just come and stay for 4 hours, 8 hours, or even 12 hours. They had a huge problem with that. So yeah, again, to me, it's a real trust problem between the cadaver dogs and their abilities and these police officers that were on the ground and understanding that.
Yep, 100% correct. So the cadaver dog went through on November the 5th. These guys are on here November the 7th, opening up all the cars, right? And it doesn't make any sense, right? You've got all those people at Kuss Road where there's nothing there. According to them, it's only a wooden pallet. It's a peat moss bag. That's a bust. Then you've got all these firefighters opening up all the crushed vehicles and 3,000 hoods and bonnets and found nothing, right? It doesn't make any sense at all. Then all of a sudden, on November the 8th, all this forensic evidence starts pointing to Stephen, right, Jack 61? The key magically rolls up. The burnt electronics, the number plates, the cremains, it all magically falls out of the sky. And they find it bang, 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 rapidly.
Well, it's like my partner in our law firm with Big Jeff. It was a man miracle or Manitowoc miracle, however you want to say it.
Correct.
November 8th was a boondoggle day for Calumet.
Correct. So November the 7th was a bust. Nothing was found. All of a sudden on November the 8th, everything is found. So Jack 61, I'm almost too scared to put up the next picture, but can we have a look at 19Z, please? Now, if Schmicky was upset about the firemen opening up the cars, right? Check this one out. Well, the investigators wanted to check all the ponds, right? All the ponds. So they called out the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department on November the 6th and on the 7th. And they checked all the lakes, all the ponds, that were on the property and around the property. Now, Josh Rodon even, I think, dredged two of his silt ponds because the divers couldn't go in there. Now, what is Brutus trained to do? Jack 61. Apart from finding human decomposition on land, what does a cadaver dog actually detect?
It's a chemical change and it gives off a gas, I think you said.
Correct. So can a cadaver dog detect a human body in a body of water?
Absolutely.
Alice?
Yes, it can. I don't even think it matters how deep it is, Doc. But I think they can smell in a lake or something like that. I've seen them having the dogs on boats and sniffing. You know, so because their noses are that strong, they could smell the chemical decomposing of the body in the water, like we said in the last episode. Their noses are miraculous at what they do and how they sense things out. And water isn't going to stop that from happening.
Correct. Now, remember, on November the 5th, they found the Toyota RAV4. They knew that there was blood in that Toyota RAV4. One, they didn't know how that Toyota RAV4 got on the property and who put it there, who drove it there. Two, they knew nothing about whose blood and DNA was in that RAV4. The cadaver dogs went through Stephen Avery's house trailer. Brutus gave no hit in the master bedroom or anywhere else except in the bathroom. The three amigos came in, Lenk, Colburn and Remiker, came in and played the role of crime scene detectives and took all the blood droplets from Stephen Avery's trailer. Let me tell you right now, this incredible search effort to me proves one thing, and that is they believe that Stephen was guilty. Correct? Yes or no? Am I over-exaggerating?
Absolutely.
This massive search effort of all the cars, all the lakes, was incredible. When you think they didn't know whose blood was in the RAV4, they had no proof that Stephen had committed any crime, and they've already done extensive searches of all the lakes, ponds, cars, despite having the cadaver dogs with them. Because all they had to do is put a cadaver dog on a boat, right? Put a cadaver dog on a boat on all the ponds and just check, do you smell human decomposition? And I don't know of any hit by any cadaver dog on any pond. Does anyone here on the panel?
No, but I do want to add something, and I know others may disagree with me, but no matter how you look at this, when Brutus gave that hit inside the trailer, the crime lab should have been alerted right then. They were on the property. But
correct.
They weren't. They were not called. They all scattle out. Remiker, Link, and Colburn, the three musketeers, go back in 7:30, whatever it was, and go through, and it's in the summary report that they took these blood samples, these blood stains.
Correct.
Why didn't they call the crime lab? They were there. That was their job.
The crime lab were there. So the point I'm trying to get at here is this is a pretty massive overreaction. A massive overreaction to just having found the car. And in fact, wasn't there a call, Jack 61, when someone said, we don't know how that car got there? Wasn't one of the officers said, we don't know how that car got there?
Yeah, I can't remember who that was, but yes, that's correct.
Yep. And quite clearly, the fact that they checked all the cars, including crushed cars, opened them all up, found nothing, checked all the ponds. Josh Rodon had to drain 2 of his ponds because of the silt, and the investigators found nothing.
Well, talk about overreaction. I'm sorry, Doc. You're talking about the overreaction. You think about the reaction of finding the RAV, and then what happened?
They leave it.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about really the literally hundreds of officers that eventually got there pretty quickly, and all these ADAs and so forth. And you think about poor Christine Rudy. She gets found. She's been completely fucking destroyed. And you get a couple of guys.
Yep,
that's it.
Correct. 100% correct. So the point I'm getting at, this is a massive overreaction. A massive overreaction. And I read in the testimony, you know how many acres the investigator searched in total? You want to have a guess, guys on the panel? Alice,
Roughly, I don't know, 150 acres, 200 acres between
Right.
Avery, Redan, Kuss Road. Is that what you mean, Doc?
Yeah. Try 500.
I was going to say it's
Well,
probably more like 500 or 600 acres.
yeah.
500 acres. That's incredible. So imagine if anyone goes missing in Wisconsin, are they going to call out several hundred people and literally turn the place upside down like they did in this case here? There'll be nobody left. There'll be nobody left in the state. If somebody goes missing, are they going to put in the effort that they put in here? Not saying it's not justified, but it could have been a hell of a lot more efficient when you consider that Fassbender was the one that complained incessantly about a lack of resources. Jack 61.
Well, yeah, and again, of course, moving over back to Kuss Road, away from where these guys are at now. But again, how did Bushman get to that point where he was? Because again, he's across the street from going to the deer camp. He's across that over into that wooded area. How did he get there? Why was he there? What direction did they come from? And I don't think we have that anywhere. We don't have a.
No. No, but you have to admit it's easier to find a clandestine burial site with a dog, correct? Rather than just randomly walking.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct.
Darkside is asking which dogs hit on Chuck's door and his bedroom and car parts in the maintenance building.
I think it was Brutus, and there were a couple of other cadaver dogs as well. I think there was Trace. There were several of them. I'm not sure about the same dogs, but there were a few cadaver dogs. There's a report written by Kramer that actually highlighted all the hits, and they did hit in front of Chuck's front door. They went inside, and I think they did a hit on a couch and on some clothing. They were cadaver dogs.
And it's worth mentioning once again that there's a report that they won't let us have.
Correct. 100% correct. But look, guys, I call it as I see it, right? I realize that this was a very, very difficult investigation. But for a senior investigator to complain that they were using a lot of resources and were complaining they didn't have enough resources, quite clearly you can see that no money was saved here. They used the firefighters, they used the dive team, and they found nothing, right? So what I'm saying is a more clever approach to this could have saved a lot of time, energy, and effort. And you know what the most ironical thing is? I'm not sure whether Schmicky is aware of this. The most important piece of crime scene forensic evidence, I think everyone on the panel would agree, is Teresa's Toyota RAV4. Guys, do you agree? Yes or no? That is your crime scene. That's
absolutely.
There's
There's
no dispute. There's no
the
dispute.
closest thing to a crime scene that they have.
Correct. Everything else can be brought in, planted. Can you believe that once they found the Toyota RAV4, they let it sit there for hours and hours and hours, and they put 2 tarps on it? Instead of immediately calling the crime lab and processing it, they left it out there for hours. You know that Tom Fassbender took off the tarps when there was a torrential downpour of rain. And even Kratz said it in his book, or it all turned to shit. Now, wait a minute. How on earth, as a senior investigator, do you let that RAV4 sit there for hours? And they checked inside using torches. They never opened the doors, according to the reports. They never opened any door. They used torches to look inside. Pam of God was there with Nicole. Did any one of them know any blood? Anyone?
No.
No, including Fassbender, who was there, including Remaker, who was there. No one noted any blood.
Nope.
They bought a cadaver dog and Brutus hit on the back of the RAV4. Brutus detected human decomposition. They let the RAV4 sit there for hours. They never processed it. They never took fingerprints. They never took nothing. And when they took the tarps off, it downpoured with rain, hence potentially losing important forensic evidence. Jack 61.
They could have easily, I've said it a million times, they could have easily got a front end loader, picked that thing up and taken it to one of the bays of the Avery's and got it into the dry and protected until they could get it out of there. That's what they were going to do.
100% correct. They even could have called Earl. They could have called Chuck.
Yep.
Anybody. Use your end loader, lift it up, bring it to a garage. We commandeer the garage. We're going to process this thing right now. We're going to open it up. Is there any clues? Is there a letter in there? Hi, I'm a kidnapper. If you want to see Teresa alive, blah, blah, blah. Nothing.
Nope.
They let rain hit the RAV4, hence losing important forensic evidence. We could have lost A23, right? So it goes to show, tit for tat. You're going to do a fucking proper investigation. Do it from the start. Don't give me this shit where you can call in cadaver dogs and ignore them. Dive team, firefighters, and then you leave the most important piece of forensic evidence sitting out in the rain. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm passionate, but this is insane. You bring in the cadaver dogs, you bring in the scent dogs, and you ignore them. Loof goes right up to the crime scene tape at Kuss Road. What did Pagel do? Jack 61. What did Pagel do? What did Pagel tell Fauski?
Keep him out.
Yeah, that's right. It kept Loof out. And Loof was on a leash.
I mean,
Loof would have told you.
That's right. I mean, if you're going to track and use your tracking dog, it's scented with her scent. Let it track to where it's going to go. It's on a leash. It's controlled. So it won't disturb your crime scene, but it can lead you to where she was. I mean,
now, here's the irony. How about if the murder weapon was buried as well? Right?
Well,
we
had a blunt and bloody instrument in the back of the RAV that disappeared.
That's it. That's disappeared. So let's forget about 2020. You're going to do a proper bloody investigation. Do it from the start. Don't do all this bullshit clandestine stuff and then go, oh my God, we were too busy. We had to do this. No, you didn't. The dogs led you to where the action was. And the investigators ignored them. And I just proved it. Right? I just proved it. They asked Brutus, the most highly decorated dog that they had, to check the crusher, to check all the crushed vehicles. There was not one hit. Now, how do you know they were looking for a bloody murder weapon when there's no sign of violence? Nothing. Alice, do I need to calm down or what? Alice. I'm doing an Alice.
Yeah, I can't do it as much, so you're doing well for me, dog.
Correct.
Schmicky says that criminal evidence would never be processed on private property. But the fact is that is their main.
That's where the crime takes place.
Of the crime that they are looking to pin on Stephen. You know, they cover it with tarp for a certain amount of time, then it pisses with rain, and they take everything off where it washes away. You know what I mean? That is potential forensic evidence being washed away because they were fucking stupid enough to remove a piece of tarp that could have protected it. Fair enough, you're saying that it wouldn't be processed on private property, but the whole point of an investigation is to preserve a crime scene. And that part is part of the crime. in the crime scene. You know what I mean? So the most that you want to do is you want to protect that. So you cover it with a tarp. I seen somebody saying something about did they no check the weather that day? But then
Yes,
maybe
they
they
did.
should have. I mean, we
They
get
knew
weather
the weather.
reports so
Yeah,
often at the end of our news bulletins and everything like that, what's
yeah,
happening that day or what's coming that night or what's coming over the next couple of days. So they
correct,
could have. But in my
correct.
opinion, they weren't thinking that. And why did it take them 2 hours or more to go from the Avery salvage yard to the crime scene where the car should have been processed when it's only an hour or so drive away, you know? So, I mean, there
Correct.
is ups and downs. I mean, there's a case here in the UK that I'm working on and interested in, and it's the Luke Mitchell case. And Jodie's body was left out in the rain
Shocking.
for 50 for hours. You know what I
Correct.
mean? And not covered and everything like that. So any potential DNA that was ruined that poor lassie's body is now gone. You know, so they've got to preserve the crime scene, and the state's main case on this
Yes,
whole bloody case is that fucking RAV4. But why
correct,
are they not giving it to KZ? You know what I
correct,
mean? Because she gets that RAV4 and she is going to destroy this fucking case to bits, even though it's been done before.
correct, correct. And you know, Errol was asked, well, what about processing of fingerprints? Well, you know, it rained, and you know, so important pieces of forensic evidence were forever lost. So they had the opportunity there before the rain came in to either secure the vehicle and process it in situ. That's what you do. You look at a crime scene, sometimes you can't bring material to a crime lab and process it there. Sometimes you've got to process it in situ, right? So you know they did, because when they looked at the burn pit, they sifted the material. Then remember, Jack 61.
I was just going to
bought
say
his
that.
sifting
I was
equipment.
just going to say that.
So this thing, we process it off the property, is bullshit. They sifted all the ash in Stephen Avery's burn pit there, in situ, right?
Well,
And that's a smart thing to do because it's right there. The only thing Errol didn't do is document what he did. So now we've now got 2 spots. Kuss Road, there's no in situ photographs of the dig site, and the burn pit. There are no documents showing, there are no photographs showing one bone, not one bone. So this thing about we got to take it to the crime lab to process it is garbage. The best place to process it, if the weather permits, is right there, right in situ, because you don't change where the forensic evidence is. It's right there. You bring a crime scene photographer, take all the pictures, open the doors, take swabs, take photographs. Do you know blood? The cadaver dog wanted to go inside the RAV4. Hey, do I smell any blood? I'm going to show you where this blood is. Did they allow the cadaver dog to go inside the car?
oh,
No.
hell no.
No. What were they scared of? Someone was going to jump out? There was nobody in the car. There was nobody in the car.
They didn't
So
even
think
luminol.
about it.
They didn't even luminol the car to tell
So-
its story where the blood was.
So why not? Exactly. Why not swab it?
They should, at the
Susan.
very least, at the crime scene, they should have put on some gloves, opened that damn RAV, and looked inside.
100%. So therefore, clues as
Taking
to what may
pictures.
have happened. Yeah, and take pictures.
And video.
Clues
Take
to what
pictures.
happened.
Take pictures and video while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Back yourself up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Well-
if there's a blunt and bloody object in the back of the RAV, there's your murder weapon right there, you idiots. Right there, Alice.
Yeah, but not only that, Doc. Somebody now remember they're saying that the car was locked, right? The state are
Correct.
saying that the car was locked.
Well, they had to
But
because
if
they
I
didn't search it. They had to say that,
Yeah.
Alice, because they didn't process it on scene.
Yeah,
Correct.
but not only that, Jack. What I'm getting at is there is photographs. If I'm remembering correctly, there is photographs of the Pepsi can. It's either
Yes,
on the seat or it's on the floor or something like that. And then the next photograph is that it's got a fucking a napkin round the bottom of it, and it's back in the fucking can stand on the fucking dashboard bit of the fucking where the gear stick and that is. You know what I mean? So somebody was in that fucking car. Period. Where no matter
Well,
where they processed it.
Groffy
You
told
know
us
what I
that.
mean?
Groffy
Yeah.
told us that.
There is
It's
photographic
called
evidence.
You would think those investigators never heard of the words in situ in this fucking case. Pisses me off.
That's the number one important thing. That is, you process a crime scene in situ. You don't manipulate it. You don't alter it. John Earl told Fassbender, I never took any pictures of the burn pit. Why? Because it's obviously been altered. Holy fuck. How can it be altered if you guys are the first people to find bones in a burn pit?
How could he know that? How could it be obvious it had been altered?
Because whatever he saw goes, boys, this ain't right, right? So even Earl knew that something had happened to that burn pit that didn't make any sense at all. We know that. Why? Because Trooper Reese took pictures of the burn pit on November the 6th before anyone knew that there were any bones there. And we've done this. Jack 61, did you see any bones anywhere on that ash? And anywhere on the ground? Not one.
Nothing in that photo is described as described in these reports that we've got. I'm sorry. They're zero.
Zero. The moment you alter a crime scene, party over. That's why you process it in situ. They looked at the RAV4. They never saw Teresa's body in or under the car. What's your problem? Open it, swab it, photograph it, videotape it, get latent prints, do it under the tarp, protect it. No, what are the idiots going to do? They take off the tarps when there's a torrential downpour, the whole damn thing is wet. So why did they put a tarp on top? Makes no sense. I don't recall.
I was just wondering if they already had the bones back in the box by the time Ertl got there. I'm kind of being sarcastic.
Don't say that. Don't say that. But don't worry, Ertl features heavily in the next section. Well, look, guys, I reckon we've done quite a bit already. Jack 61, how much have we done so far? Are we approaching 3 hours?
Hold on, Duck, and I will tell you we are. We're at 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Nice. Well, let's do a couple of more slides. Okay. This is getting interesting. And look, guys, I love the questions in chat. I love the passion. I love the enthusiasm, right? So this is what we're here for an open... I'm not always right. In fact, I make lots of mistakes, but at least we can discuss it and you can see quite clearly what the investigators did, right? They ignored the dogs. You have to believe it. They ignored the dogs. They brought them in. They cleared out certain areas. Nothing to see here, boys. And they completely ignored them and used up valuable resources. Alice.
Skimicky in chat, it says, out of an extreme case of curiosity, if Avery was to be retried and found guilty, would you all still insist he's innocent? I'm assuming everyone in here is a supporter.
Schmicky, are you a guilter? That's interesting.
Smicky is a guilter. Smicky's the one I've been talking to. Yeah, right. I mean, they've been very civil, in our discussions and some of the jail calls.
Not at all. Well, the thing is this, right? You can't trust any of the forensic evidence. And Schmicky, you're the one that pointed it out. You're the one that pointed it out, right? Not me. You did. You can't trust any of the forensic evidence. One, they never trusted the dogs. The dogs told them what was a bust, what was a hit. They ignored the dogs. They prevented Lou from doing her job. They prevented Brutus from doing his job. So,
except where it satisfied them, like the evening of November 5th, when Remaker
that's correct.
and they went back and got the blood stains. You know.
Correct. But that was a bust. All the blood samples that they collect, let me reiterate that. Every blood sample they got from Stephen Avery's trailer and his garage and his Pontiac Grand Am, they all belong to who? Stephen.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone.
That was all of them were Stephen's. Yeah, that's right.
Correct. The investigators never found evidence of Teresa Hallbach being inside Stephen Avery's trailer nor garage. And if you want to argue Otto Miffel for me, I'll take you apart in 15 seconds, right? Otto Miffel was a bust, right? So the question is,
and the key.
So,
oh my God.
Schmicky, here's my question to you. How are you going to find Stephen Avery guilty if every piece of forensic evidence is tainted? Every one. And nothing was processed in situ. And the lab tech, Colhane, used up all the DNA of the bullet and the key, right? How? How can you find Stephen Avery guilty now when everything is tainted? There's nothing in situ.
And the bones are gone. They gave the bones away.
And the cremains were given back to the Hallbach family.
Allegedly.
So you know, thank you, Schmicky, for being I loved all your questions, right? And hopefully we have been civil. You have been very civil. But don't come over here trying to bust our balls when you're the one busting the investigators' balls, showing that what they did was completely ridiculous, right? How can we be asking questions in 2023? Where are these photographs? Where are these reports? They needed to be out when Stephen Avery had his trial, when Brendan Dassey had his trial. There's so much stuff we don't know about, but we're uncovering, right? That's the point. Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm very curious. Schmicky says he believes Brendan is innocent, and he would have voted not guilty for Stephen, but he still thinks Stephen murdered Teresa, and I'm just curious why, if all the evidence is bogus, why do you think Stephen murdered her? He had no motive whatsoever.
No, but
he had everything to live for to not murder somebody. He had a bright future. Why do you think he murdered her?
Correct. By you saying that you believe Brendan Dassey's innocent, that says a lot. That says a lot.
Yeah, because without
Brendan, Stephen would not have been convicted.
You've now just proven what we've been discussing for about 5 years, that Brendan was coerced. The whole narrative of Brendan is false and fake, and we can prove everything that he said is wrong. It was fed to him by the investigators. Therefore, you're not going to get Ida Miffel, which is a bust, and the hoodlatch swab, which makes no sense whatsoever. By you believing Brendan is innocent, thank you.
Absolutely.
He thinks he killed her accidentally.
Teresa Hallbach?
Can I just say something?
Rhonda.
A while back, Mickey asked what if Stephen got a new trial and he was still found guilty, would all of us still say he's innocent? I replied, I don't know if he saw it, but I only will speak for myself. I still will believe he's innocent because we've read all the documents, all the photos, all the recordings, all the jail calls, all of the trial transcripts and hearing transcripts. We've read everything we could possibly get our hands on. Everything. Listened to everything. And none of it points to Stephen Avery, much less Brendan Dassey. So yes, if he were found guilty in a second trial, I would still call this a travesty, and I would still call it a bullshit wrongful conviction case, and I would still believe Stephen Avery is innocent and being treated inhumanely by this being allowed to continue. That's my answer to your original questions, Nikki.
Correct.
I'll let everybody else answer for themselves.
And if I could answer that question.
Thank you, Ronta. Yes, Jack 61.
There would have to be something new. And I mean new. That's not that we haven't seen. And if that were to come about, then we got a bigger problem, right, Doc? Everyone? If we've got something that's been withheld, that's a massive Brady violation.
Sorry, Jack 61, go.
No, I'm just saying that I just don't understand how that it could possibly work at all because, well, the big one, the cremains are gone. There's the key is such a ridiculous thing.
Even Kratz walked away. Walked away from the key.
He tried to distance himself and the jury from that key, understanding how ridiculous it came across when String and Beating got done with it. He wanted nothing to do with it. So, well, can't we just set that key aside? Are you kidding me? This is from the main prosecutor after he paraded 3 witnesses up there about finding this key in Avery's bedroom. It's bad. It's really bad. I've said it before. I would have been on fire. So
correct.
There would have to be something that we haven't seen before, even if it wasn't a Brady. Let's just say, hey, it wasn't a Brady. It would have to be something brand new that would point directly to Stephen doing this. But I don't believe it. There's just no way. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Correct, and that's why we've spent a lot of time on the canines, because the canines are giving us a different story. Susan,
I'll just say, if something came out that absolutely proved that Stephen did it, I have no problem with him being in prison.
I don't think any of us would.
Same, Susan.
But you got to understand, we don't have blinkers on. If some compelling piece of forensic evidence or evidence comes up that he absolutely killed Teresa, first of all, how? And secondly, where? And Susan asked one of the best questions I've ever heard. If they found the clandestine burial site at Kuss Road, why didn't they link Stephen to that? Because that would have been more plausible.
Yeah,
do you understand?
It absolutely would have been.
That would have been more plausible. Stephen somehow attacked her and drove across the cornfield, did his business over there, and somehow brought everything back. You look at that and you go, okay, right? But they didn't. Why? The question must be asked, why? Why did they keep Kuss Road quiet? Susan?
Yep.
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
why, Doug?
Fantastic question.
Oh, absolute ripper.
And just for me to answer Schmicky's question, Doc, about Stephen going to retrial and everything like that. If they try to take Stephen back now to retry him with the stuff that they have already tried to try him on, and he got resentenced, then yes, I would be shouting for the heavens, because what we've uncovered, what we've read, and what's happened in the processes and that since then, we gain back evidence, KZ no getting the RAV to test and everything like that, then yes, I would be shouting for the heavens that he is innocent. But if Stephen was to go back to be retried, and out of some miracle, some actual proper physical evidence came forward and said, that Stephen Avery did it, then I'd put my hands up and I'd applaud the courts for getting it right and everything like that, because he should be where he should be if he did it.
Right. But
Other
get
than
one.
that, sorry, Doc.
No, go for it, Alice.
I was just going to say, so yes, and I'm sure I can say for everybody on the panel and that, and as well, a majority of the supporters in chat as well, if any of us seen for a second that there was any evidence that Stephen Avery was guilty in murdering Teresa Halbach, we would all be saying he deserves to be where he is.
Absolutely.
But
None of
because
us
some
would
of us,
dispute that. None of us would
some of
dispute
us
that.
have been on it longer than others. I mean, me myself, I've been part of this case for 4 years and with the foul play team for 4 years. Some have been on it for 6 and 8 and things like that. And the stuff that we have uncovered, we've read, we've seen photographic evidence, as Susan and Nat says, phone calls, things like that. And Rhonda says about the phone calls and everything like that. There is nothing there that proves Stephen Avery or Brendan Dassey did anything to Teresa Halbach. Period.
But kudos to you, Schmicky, by saying that Brendan Dassey is innocent, because that's a huge leap. That's a huge leap, because that completely destroys the state's narrative. Let me tell you right now, I looked at every piece of forensic evidence this case has got. Everyone. As a panel, we've discussed it, we've dissected it, we've argued. Let me tell you right now, all the forensic evidence points to Teresa being killed off the Avery salvage site, not on it. Not on it. That's the cadaver dogs, the scent dogs, the crime lab, the forensic evidence points to Teresa Halbach meeting her demise outside the Avery salvage yard. Stephen said, right, guys, do you agree?
Yes.
It
Right?
does. It does.
If Stephen Avery is not a forensic guru, he cannot hide microtraces or microspray of blood, urine, saliva, skin, hair, fiber. He can't. And I just read a report whereby they took the entire carpet out of Stephen Avery's bedroom and all the wood paneling and the bed. They tested everything, the leg irons, the hand irons, everything. They never found one molecule belonging to Teresa Halbach. And just to show you how much of a farce this was, the key, they never even found Teresa Halbach's own genomic DNA on the key that belonged to her. It goes to show that is so planted, it's not funny. So it begs the question, if you plant one thing, you can plant everything else, right? They scoured Stephen Avery's garage for the presence of Teresa Halbach's blood. They ripped up the concrete and examined the concrete. And what have I said? MVAC it. MVAC the hell out of it. The carpet, everything. If her DNA is there, you'll find it. The only item belonging to Teresa Halbach was a sketchy item FL bullet that had her genomic DNA on it and had nothing else on it. No skin, no blood, no brain, no bone, nothing.
No dust either.
No dust.
Wood. It
Nothing.
had wood. Paint.
It had shards of wood. So, Schmicky, I think if you're saying that Brendan Dassey is innocent, you got to be scratching your head thinking the forensic evidence against Stephen is purely 100% circumstantial, and they needed to nail him because he had a very damaging civil suit against the county that was going to destroy careers, legacies over a long period of time. And those motherfuckers let out the most violent sexual predator you can think of. Have a read of Gregory Allen's rap sheet.
Oh my God.
And the DA kept him free on the street, and Kaseric knew it. Is that the type of law enforcement you want in your country? It ain't mine. Jack 61.
Well, to go a little bit further with this, this hypothetical, the only way, given what we know and what we found out in the last several years since I've been looking at this case since, I don't know, December 21st or 22nd, 2015, We're moving into the 8-year point here soon. The only way that I would ever believe it is if Steven said, I did it, and this is how. This is where you'll find X, Y, and Z to prove that I did it.
Mm.
Otherwise, I'm sorry. What they've presented, I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. You think about, just go back to 2006 after Beauty and Strain took over. They've been begging for any dispatch and radio calls. They didn't get shit. They didn't get anything, and we're moving into August of 2006. And Remaker, he gets asked, "Hey, did you review anything, prior to coming in to give testimony?" "Oh yeah, I listened to some dispatch calls." Well, holy shit. Well then, they stop and they say, "Well, we're going to provide you with some dispatch calls." They give them 30 calls out of thousands. 30. And on top of that, we still don't have one, not one radio transmission from Manitowoc for November 4th, 2005. Not one.
Yeah, correct. Look, guys, we've been... Sorry, Susan.
I would really like to answer Schmicky's question about retrial.
Yeah, let's go for it.
First of all, of course, the evidence that's been given away or whatever, the bones. But even if they were to find him guilty again, that doesn't mean he's guilty. I don't trust our system. I don't trust jurors necessarily. Juries get it wrong, and they can get it wrong more than once. There's a show called Trial 4.
Trial 4.
What's the guy's name? Trial 4?
Sean Ellis.
4 trials. Yeah.
Ellis.
No, just because a jury finds him guilty again, no, I'm not going to be happy. I have a question for you. If Stephen was retried and he was found innocent, would you be happy with that?
Good question.
Yeah, it is a very good question, and that's why we spend a lot of time on these chapters by John Ferak, because John Ferak asked some very, very pertinent questions. But I think you can see that the foul play team has gone way beyond what John Ferak did, especially with the canine noses. And I think I proved to you that the investigators did not trust the cadaver dogs or the scent dogs. If they did, their job would have been so much more easier, right?
They did trust it at Kuss Road, Doc.
Yeah. Correct. Well, look, guys, we've gone for about 3 hours now. I just want to do a couple of more slides, right, guys? This is now heading into another section, another very interesting section that makes no sense at all. And these were cadaver dog findings that weren't on the Avery salvage site. They weren't even at Kuss Road. They were a totally different quarry that really makes you want to scratch your head. Jack 61, do you have a comment on the slide that you've got up?
I really haven't even read it. Not yet, Doc, but I probably will.
Okay, because the next slide is 20A, if you've got that.
Oh, not 19H? What the hell?
No, 20A. We'll just wait till that comes up.
Jack, while we're waiting for that to come up, I have to say something. Oh
yes,
gosh,
sir.
and I don't want to go back to this person again, but I have to, because I have to set this straight. Schmicky says that's what man was all about, Susan. Our injustice system. We have to be okay with all verdicts, even though sometimes they're wrong. I could not disagree more. I think it is a travesty, a complete travesty, and a horrible miscarriage of justice if an innocent person goes to prison. for any amount of time. That is a bullshit comment. I can't
Well,
believe that you or anybody else would really
yeah,
feel that way. I am not okay with somebody
no,
going to prison for something I have proof they didn't do. I'm sorry.
correct. And you look what happened to Brendan Dassey. Okay, Judge Duffin went through his confession, said it's bullshit, it's coerced, toss it out. Now, Schmicky, what did Brad Schimmel do? He just ignored what you just said. Brad Schimmel wasn't happy with the judge's decision. Brad Schimmel went, okay, let's go with the en banc. 2 out of 3 judges said it's all bullshit. Brendan Dassey's confession was coerced. Toss it out. Either retry him or release him. Schmicky, what did Brad Schimmel do? Brad Schimmel didn't believe in the umpire's decision twice until he got the decision he wanted. So there goes your theory about accepting something, right?
Well, there are other factors too that play into
Yeah.
a lot of times a jury's decision, and that's fear. How many times have we seen a jury knowing that if they believe this person's innocent and or guilty, but they're afraid to go with what they know because they're afraid of the fear of the retaliation against them, and it happens.
Correct. 100% correct. Yep. So, you can sort of say things on one level, but in reality, it doesn't happen that way. There are people that don't accept the decision by the umpire, and they will dispute it until they get their way.
Yeah.
That's not the way the justice system is meant to work, right? Okay. So we'll see.
Well,
but
that goes back
Jackson,
to the. I'm sorry, Doc. I'll have to comment because you brought it up. The Seventh Circuit, as you know, many know, they're divided up across the country, and to get more cases done, they divide up into 3-panel judges. They do their cases and move on. But if one side or the other doesn't like the decision that gets made, then whammo. Oh well, they can ask for an en banc, which are generally not granted. It's a very low amount. But again, I don't think it's right if you are not going to believe in the 3-panel judge, then
yes.
do the fuck away with it and just do the en banc.
Yeah. Just do the full. Correct.
That's right.
100% correct. So it's very interesting, Schmicky, that on the one hand, you believe that Stephen killed Teresa Horbach, whereas the forensic evidence does not prove that at all. None of the forensic evidence prove. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Nobody on this panel be here, right? Because we've gone through everything, all hundreds of documents, hundreds of hours of testimony. The foul play team read the entire trial transcripts of both the Dassey trial and I believe also the pre-trial and Stephen Avery's trial. And we've done all the depositions. So our knowledge base and bank is massive. We're not coming from MAM 1 and MAM 2, right? I read all the DNA reports. A lot of them are very, very dodgy, especially the conclusions. And we're about to see a couple of even more dodgy ones. So look, guys, I want to do 2 more slides.
Okay.
Because I'm going to.
Doc, I know you're trying to move on. I'm really sorry. I wish there was a way that Schmicky could explain to me. He says that he thinks that I'm being deliberately obtuse. I don't think I'm being obtuse. I think, unfortunately for him, I'm being honest. And honesty often doesn't gel with negativity or dissent. And so I don't know why you think I'm being deliberately obtuse. I read your comment exactly the way it sounded. Our injustice system, we have to be okay with all verdicts, even though sometimes they're wrong. I don't think
I agree with you, Rhonda. I don't agree with it at all.
You don't agree with me? That's fine if you don't agree with me.
No. I agree with you.
Oh,
And,
okay,
and that's a hell no from me.
How comment back to that comment, how was that being deliberately obtuse? I don't believe that I was. I believe I was being honest based on what I saw that he wrote.
Yes.
He's saying you
He thinks I've
misunderstood
misunderstood
everything.
everything he said, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm ignorant, I guess. So I'll accept that you believe I'm ignorant.
Well, look, the good thing is, and that's what I love about the podcasts that we do, they're interactive, right? We haven't kicked Schmicky out. We haven't silenced Schmicky. You be respectful, and so are we. But we're passionate, right? So,
Absolutely.
whatever you throw our way, we'll throw it right back with interest, right? Because none of us are here. If we believed in Stephen's and Brendan's guilt, we would say so. We'll shout it from the rooftops, right?
Absolutely.
We would shout. If anyone in their mind believes that Brendan did the things that the state accused him of, you can't have a functioning cerebellum, because everything he told them, the investigators fed to him. Brent, that poor kid, got so badly coerced and confused by two professional sharks, and one of them was Fassbender. And Fassbender was the one that didn't believe in the dogs. He even said it was a theory. As soon as I read that, I knew, oh God. And I just proved to you that we were correct when it came to the dogs. He ignored the dogs. Okay, boys, open up all the cars. Why? The dogs didn't do a hit. Open them all up. So it's a show of force. And they destroyed all the stock on the Avery salvage yard by opening up all the hoods with crowbars and bonnets with crowbars. When the cadaver dogs cleared all the vehicles. Have you ever seen a sniffer dog for drugs at an airport?
Yep.
They run the dog along the conveyor belt, right? The dog will check 40, 50 bags as they're going right past him, past the dog. If the dog does a hit, they stop the conveyor, they get the things out and they check the bag. Are you trying to tell me that if the dog, a sniffer dog, finds no evidence of drugs in 200 cases on the conveyor belt, that an officer is going to come out and say, open up all those bags? That's exactly what Fassbender did with the cadaver dogs. The cadaver dog brooders cleared the crusher, the vehicle inside, and all 54 crushed vehicles. Fassbender must have been, he's the one that gave the go-ahead, or somebody senior gave the go-ahead, open them all up. Now, can you see how ludicrous that is? And how much waste of time is Jack 61?
Oh, it's a huge waste of time. But, one more thing, another nail in these guys' coffin, and this is off topic, and I apologize, but I've done extensive research on it of how they went after Jody. And if you haven't read what I've done or listened to what I've presented, you need to do that. Yeah. She wasn't even there.
Yes.
She wasn't even on the property. And they tried to flip her, and she wouldn't flip. Anyway.
Correct. Alice, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on something that Schmicky says. He says, we live by laws. We have to be okay with the outcome. We can't break people out of jail because we disagree, is what I'm saying. Right. But the people who are putting innocent people in jail are supposed to live by laws. But they can break those laws any way that they choose, by lying, by scheming, by cheating, by planting evidence, by coercion.
Yes.
Where is that living by the laws that say that they're not allowed to do that? Everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
But not Stephen.
But
Remember what Fassbender said. Remember Justice One, we read it in court in the pre-trial. When he spoke with Colburn, mind you, Colburn is no he's no Rhodes Scholar. when Stephen spoke with Colburn, they already got the impression that Stephen was fabricating his story. According to Colburn, Stephen never spoke to Teresa, hence he must be lying and hiding stuff. Hence, tunnel vision from November, what was it? November the 3rd?
3rd, that's
They're
right, November 3rd.
already looking at Stephen Avery and only Stephen Avery. So there goes your presumption of innocence. Alice, continue, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that, I mean, Schmicky says, I did not say it was okay for an innocent person to go to jail. But but you were saying that there is laws and you've got to live with the laws. Well, you can't live by the laws when the people who take an oath to live by the laws break those laws left, right, and centre. So if
It's
you
why
do
people
not trust,
fight
yeah,
to change those laws that are unjust.
yeah. So I mean, you can't have it one way for the ordinary Joe like us, that we've got to accept the laws and the convictions and everything like that, especially when we know, because of other exonerated people who have been exonerated by the people who broke the law to send them to jail in the first place. So everybody has got to live by the laws. No pick and choose which laws that they want to abide by. If that's what you're saying about laws and things like that, stick by the laws and do your investigations properly. Don't plant evidence. Don't send somebody innocent that is going to be proven down the line, whether it's 20, 30 years down the line, that there was actually DNA evidence sitting there that proved them innocent, and the fucking cops in that, or the lawyers in that couldn't be arsed doing the fucking investigations and everything like that to get to the truth, and that sent them to jail. Where is the law in that? I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying about we're supposed to have laws and we're supposed to stick to it, but that's got to be everybody that's got to stick to that, not just certain people. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not meaning to shout at you. I'm not meaning to come across as if I'm shouting or aggressive or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. And I know you said you're only a half a guilter, which is a good thing in a way, because then hopefully we can maybe change your mind with some of the stuff that we're putting out. But I mean, sometimes people have got to think about what they're saying, because sometimes what they're saying doesn't make sense.
The prosecutor is the chief, and he has to make both sides. His job is to make sure that both sides play fair, even though it's an adversarial process. I get it.
Correct.
No,
Correct.
Can't break people out of jail. Of course not. At the same time, the prosecutor is charged with doing that. And in this case, and in Brendan's case, it was a complete and utter failure. Complete and utter failure. We know, as it said, a man was a springboard, but we know a million times more than we ever knew that came out of Making a Murder 1 and, well, maybe not 2, but certainly Making a Murder 1.
Oh, correct. And you know that the whole system broke down when Stephen was falsely arrested for the violent sexual assault on Penny Bernstein, right? And that's something
right.
that the foul play team has covered in extensive detail. So Schmicky, the system does break down, and badly. And for people that are truly innocent, their lives can be destroyed. Right. So if you want a classic example of when the system breaks down, Stephen Avery was deliberately targeted for this violent sexual assault on Penny Bernstein. That's a fact. And that's what his civil suit was all about. Right. And just one day before Tom Kosarik was going to testify in his deposition, Stephen Avery gets arrested. You couldn't even write about it. Right. So at the end of the day, Schmicky, you've got to sit down and think to yourself, I've got a ticket in my hand and it's got a potential winning of $36 million. I can change my life, my family's life, the life of the Avery salvage yard. I can be rich, happy, prosperous, get married with Jody and live forever after. Do I now grab that lottery ticket, destroy it, and go murder somebody who did nothing against me, nothing, for the sake of letting off Kasarik, Vogel, and everybody else that was deposed? Schmicky, that's what you got to believe took place. That Stephen Avery somehow decided it was better for him to murder someone that he had no beef against in the middle of the fucking day on a private property where people can walk in, walk out, including his mother on a golf cart that delivers his mail in the afternoon, his brothers working around him, people coming into the salvage yard, broad daylight. He somehow was able to murder Teresa Halbach, dismember her, cremate her, remove her vehicle, and no one saw a thing. And what's bizarre is you've just believed that Brendan Dassey is innocent, which meant where the hell did this murder take place though? If Brendan is innocent, Brendan is Stephen's alibi. Brendan was with Stephen. They lit a fire together. They burned some rubbish together. Then Brendan went home. Stephen went to bed. Jody called Stephen twice at 2 critical times. Jody never heard one thing that made her suspicious. And as Jack61 alluded to, that's why the investigators went after Jody. Because the investigators knew, wait a minute, you called at this time and this time. Wasn't Stephen meant to be raping, mutilating, dismembering and cremating Teresa Halbach? What's he doing on the phone for 30 minutes? So you got to believe that the forensic evidence against Stephen is fabricated. It doesn't stack up. Does he get rid of the rifle that's hanging in his own bedroom? No. The state proved that rifle shot Ida Meffel, and Ida Meffel was the instrument of Teresa Halbach's death until Chris Palanek got access to the bullet and proved that it never struck bone. It never had any blood on it, no brain tissue, nothing. It contains wooden shards. So if you look at the forensic evidence, the whole narrative breaks down. Susan.
I'd also like to know, how the hell did Stephen accidentally kill Teresa? Answer me that.
You can't. Look, this is the biggest joke out, right, guys? In Man 1, remember? When Fassbender and Wiegert were interrogating Stephen on November the 9th, they said, did you accidentally, was it an accident? Did Teresa Halbach fall down and hit her head? And we would understand that. So how do you explain cut marks in her bones, 2 cranial bone fragments, so 2 shots in the head, and dismemberment and cremation by fire if it was an accident? Don't you call 911?
And by November 9th, they already knew that they had already found some bones with cut marks and hesitation cuts.
Correct. Hesitation cuts. Correct. There's no accident. There's no accident. Plus, look at the blood that sprayed on Teresa's back door of her own RAV. She was bludgeoned in the back of her own RAV. Her own RAV had a broken blinker light that Ryan Hilliger said, was due to an accident that she put in an insurance claim. Bullshit. No one saw a broken blinker light. No one. Whoever saw the RAV on October the 31st never said there's a broken blinker light. Even the search, the missing girl poster, never mentioned an important feature like a broken blinker light to be on the lookout for it. Susan.
I don't know. I'm just shaking my head.
Correct.
Hard to understand.
So Schmicky, you can't have a foot in both camps. You can't have a foot in both camps. If you're saying Brendan is innocent, which we all believe he is, then Brendan is Stephen's alibi because Brendan was with Stephen. right? Now, Brendan said, I found Teresa Horbach when I walked into the trailer. I saw her pinned up to the bed. How in the hell can he see her pinned up in the bed if the bed was around the corner? Brendan Dassey got the most fundamental aspect of the room incorrect. The bed was around the corner. He could not have seen Teresa. They checked all the handcuffs, the leg irons, the bedding, the sheeting, the wood paneling, the vacuum cleaner bag, the carpet, and the cadaver dog. The cadaver dog went inside the master bedroom. Did the cadaver dog do a hit? Yes or no? Susan, was there a hit by the cadaver dog? No.
In the bedroom? No.
None.
But just to be fair, Doc, I think that Schmicky is trying to say, he says he would have found Stephen not guilty at the trial. I think he's trying to say he doesn't believe any of the evidence that they presented, but he still thinks that Stephen killed Teresa. That's why I ask, why do you think that? What kind of motive is there? How the hell did he accidentally kill her?
You can't.
It makes no sense to me. He doesn't answer any questions.
Yeah,
I would love if he would answer some questions.
You cannot accidentally kill someone, right? Stephen said she came, and the ultimate proof is this. Bobby Dassey saw it too. Saw Teresa arrive. Saw her get out of the car, take pictures, and then he lost sight of her because he went to have a shower, then go bow hunting. He heard no screams, no yelling, no gunshots, no bear barking, nothing. Complete radio silence. And all the forensic evidence.
Sorry. TTM just solved the case. She said Stephen had an MVAC way back then to clean the trailer in the garage.
That's why I say MVAC, the MVAC, right? So, when you look at it holistically and with logic, you could tell they went over the entire Avery salvage yard with a fine-tooth comb. They ignored the cadaver dogs. They ignored the scent dogs. They didn't trust them. Their negative findings proved that the cadaver dogs were correct, the scent dogs were correct. All the evidence was pointing to Kuss Road. All of it. So Susan said, okay, if they found the clandestine burial site with Teresa, the part of her cremains, why didn't they then go with the notion of Stephen killed her? There had to be a reason why they abandoned that really, really quick. They abandoned that. But let me tell you right now, there are more events that occurred elsewhere which are even more perplexing. Schmicky, do you realize that there were human cut burnt remains in Yonder burn barrel number 2? And, wait for it, there were cut human cremains in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Now, wait a minute. If Stephen killed Teresa Horbach at Kuss Road, what the hell are her cremains? Part of her cremains, A, doing in his burn pit, B, in Yonder burn barrel number 2, which a cadaver dog hit on November the 5th. November the 5th, and they found bones, cut, burnt human bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, I think in 3 piles. No, there's something seriously, seriously wrong with the picture here. And the state, A, didn't want to talk about Kuss Road, didn't want to talk about the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Remember Jack 61, how much did Kratz want to devote to the Manitowoc County gravel pit? 20, how many seconds?
20 seconds.
20
I'll talk about that. Yep,
seconds.
I'm going to talk about that for about 20 seconds.
And there's another site, which we're going to get onto now. We'll probably end the podcast, I reckon, now. But there's another site that did my head in, that the state never even mentioned.
We're not going to do these next two before we go? Or do you
Yeah,
need to go?
let's do these two. No,
Okay.
I've got a medical appointment, unfortunately. But Susan, can you see the slide 28?
Yeah, Doc, do you mind if I just read Schmicky's last comment there?
Yeah, go for it.
He says, Jax, I have to say you're wrong about your chats. Not open to opinion. No way. I won't come back, so no one will be hurt and no one angered. I'm not hurt or angered, Schmicky. I'm confused.
We're passionate about what we believe in. We're not angry. You're mistaking. You're mistaking our passion for what we see as a wrongful convictions of two people for a particular reason. They wanted that lawsuit ended. It had to be ended. So that's exactly what they did. This is what we see, and we're very passionate about what we say and what we've done and what we've researched. Does it mean we're right about everything? Of course not.
No. Schmicky, you haven't made any of us angry.
No.
In fact, you've made us ask even more in-depth questions, right?
We want the truth, all of it. We want every bit of the truth.
Correct, but it's tit for tat. If you make a statement and we give an answer, it's up to you to either accept that answer or counter-argue it, right? We're not here to shut you down, because if we were, we would have kicked you off the podcast ages ago. You've been right through it, and you've been civil. Your comments have been great, but if they're controversial, expect a response, right, guys?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We're not here to. We want to be civil, but again, we're passionate, just like you are. We can agree to disagree and move on to the next subject, and maybe we'll come to a better understanding together. We're better together than we are apart. I promise you that.
Correct. And we're not mocking you. Trust me, we're not mocking you at all.
Absolutely
and we value your comments. In fact, if you want to come on one of our podcasts, the invitation is there. We'd love to hear your opinion. Right, guys?
Absolutely.
I don't believe you were hammered because you would have voted not guilty but think he's guilty. I'm not hammering you for that. I applaud you that you would have voted not guilty because you see that trial as the scam that we see it.
Correct.
The fact that you think that possibly, Stephen came on to Teresa and she,
rebuffed him.
Wasn't going for it, rebuffed him, and he got pissed off and killed her. There's no evidence of that. There's no crime scene. There's no.
Kratz tried to convert him into a sexual predator.
I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not hammering you. I'm just questioning your thinking. Is all.
Sorry, Doc. I mean, just to continue on for what Susan was saying. I mean, you came in, Schmicky, and says that you're here to understand how supporters are, right? Well, you've got to remember that not many guilters or half guilters come into our conversations and actually stick around. That we have the chance to ask you questions, because when you ask the questions to us, we give you the truthful answer. We put up evidence of what we've got. We show you the facts. But the majority of guilters and things like that come in and say, oh, Stephen's guilty, and we ask them for the facts, they just spit out the whole lies and pish and everything like that the state has said. So when we actually get somebody in chat, nobody's angry, nobody's mocking you. We get passionate about what we do. And not only that, you've asked questions, but you haven't really answered questions. So with us asking you things like, why do you think Stephen is guilty? How did Stephen accidentally kill her? It's because we're curious of why guilters actually think that Stephen is guilty when all of the evidence that we have uncovered and more points away from Stephen being guilty. So, I mean, if you can come in to the chat and the talks and everything like that and ask us questions, then surely we should be able to ask you questions. And yes, somebody else might pick up the way the question is maybe said or done or written or whatever, but we still try and answer them. That's all we ask. So, I mean, for you to say that you've came in and you won't come back because you've been hounded. It's not that you're being hounded or hammered or anything like that. You're the one that's in asking questions and we're trying to answer them in a logical, common sense manner. I mean, you say that Brendan is innocent but Stephen is guilty. Well, as we've all said before, Brendan was Stephen's alibi. You know, so we just want to understand why people still think that Stephen is guilty when we can see the evidence for ourselves that he's not.
And also, we haven't ignored you, right? We've actually stopped our own podcast and our own readings, and we've had a cordial two-way discussion. We haven't ignored you at all. So I think that actually says a lot. We value your input, and but let me tell you right now, you're not talking to a team of people that are wet behind the ears.
Yeah, who knows?
We actually argue amongst ourselves, and we have a huge body of work behind us. I've done at least 12 to 14 professional presentations on looking at all the forensic evidence. Jack 61 and others have done open mics looking at documents. We have like I said, we have a huge body of evidence, right? Now, as you can see from even just looking at reading with the crew, I've presented you testimony. I've presented you trial documents. I've presented you DCI reports, everything. I haven't just read a passage and just left it at that. You've seen it for yourself. And I actually proved to you that the investigators did not even trust their own dogs that they brought in. Their own dogs that they brought in. And proof positive that they wasted a lot of resources, energy, and time, right? And they fucked up a lot of the forensic evidence. That is a fact. So how on earth now can they go back and look at that forensic evidence and prove him guilty? When they're either giving away the forensic evidence or they don't want to give it to Kathleen Zellner to test, Jack 61.
Or they used it all up. Yeah, I have to agree. But,
Correct.
Schmicky, it's, we're just people, just like anyone else. We don't get anything for this. We don't know the Averys and the Dasseys. We just see something, we've dug in, something caught our ear and our eye. We've dug in deep. As Doc said, you're not talking to people that just to be. If I thought Stephen was guilty or Brendan, I wouldn't be here. I promise you. I'd be on to another case. I promise you that. I just no way I would have stayed with it this long. No, not a chance. So.
Okay, well, let's move on, guys.
Yeah, let's do it. And please come back, Schmicky. Yeah, please come back. Yeah. We're not here to beat you up or anything. We need to have the discussion.
All right, now you just did make a very interesting point about that your evidence is on foul play. Schmicky, do you come by a different name? Because I don't recall seeing Schmicky and forensic evidence on foul play. Schmicky, do you come under a different pseudonym? I don't know. Anyway, let's do the last two slides, or we're going to go nowhere. Susan, can you see 20A?
I can, Doc.
Okay, let's do these last two slides. They'll bring us into the next charter of this chapter. Okay, let's go for it, Susan.
Loof was not the only highly specialized dog whose nose steered her away from Avery's. Bob and Julie Kramer of Great Lakes Search and Rescue Canine Group brought along Brutus and Trace, two of their top scent tracking dogs. Over the weekend, the Kramers were out with the dogs in one of the quarries east of Avery Road, where the dogs alerted. However, when they returned to the gravel piles that Monday, November 7, Brutus and Trace did not alert at the flag location or the same general area the second time around.
All right. Now, when Neville and I first read this, right, this is all that John Ferak's got. Does anyone know what he's talking about? Yes or no? Even in chat. If you read this, just this, would you know where they're even talking about? Alice, what about yourself? Yes or no? Would you have any idea what he's talking about?
No.
I don't recall. Would you know what he was talking about? I don't recall.
No, sorry.
No. Susan,
No,
would you know what he was talking about?
I don't recall any hits east of Avery's. I'm not sure.
Okay. What about you, Jack61?
No.
Yep. When I read this, Neville and I thought, what the hell is he talking about? So essentially what this is, right? Two dogs, there were several dogs, went to another quarry that was actually east of Stephen Avery's, the salvage yard. It was a quarry that was bounded by Avery Road and also Highway 147. A couple of cadaver dogs did hits, but when Brutus and Trace went back, one day later, there were no hits at all, right? So one day there were hits by cadaver dogs. The next day there were no hits at all. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, what the hell are they talking about? So let's have a look at the next slide. This will be the final slide, guys, because we've gone on for quite a while. Who would like to read this out? Who can see it first, and who would like to read it out?
I can.
I don't recall. Excellent. So I went back to Julie Kramer's report to see if she wrote anything about this so-called quarry. And to my shock and horror, this is what I found. I don't recall. Read the whole lot, please.
Okay. The next area searched by GLSAR Canine was the gravel pit east of Avery Road, north of the salvage yard. Canine Cody, Canine Simon, Canine Harley, and Canine Kovu gridded that quarry, working from south to north. An alert was reported in the center of the pit along a sand pile and marked with a flag, alert number 11. This area was marked by Canine Kovu and rechecked by Canine Simon and Canine Cody, both of whom showed interest, with Canine Cody alerting just north of that location. Upon completion of these assignments, Great Lakes Search and Rescue handlers and teams from Midwest Canine cleared the scene after meeting with Lieutenant Brett Bowe at the command post. Other canine with civilian handlers were on scene at this time.
Hold
On
on.
November
Hold on. Other canine with civilian handlers were on the scene at this time. Anyone catch that?
I just did, and like, what the fuck? Midwest Canine, who the hell's that?
And this is November the 6th. This is one day before Kuss. Keep going, I don't recall.
On November 6th, weather was again a factor working against the dogs. There was rain and sleet early in the day with high winds. Dog handlers set up varied grid patterns to account for the wind conditions. Alerts were reported to backup personnel and command post. On Monday, November 7th, Julie and Bob Kramer responded to the scene with Canine Brutus and Canine Trace at the request of Investigator Diedring of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
Sorry.
We arrived on scene at 11:30 a.m. and were asked to recheck the gravel pit east of Avery Road, where dogs had alerted the day before. Canine Brutus went over the area carefully, but did not alert at the flag location or in the area of the gravel pit.
Okay, now check this out. You call in the canines, and there's a hit at this quarry, at this sand quarry. Diedering asked Julie Kramer to bring in 2 cadaver dogs one day after November the 6th to recheck the quarry, and the dogs come up negative. So something weird has happened on November the 6th where there are hits by cadaver dogs in this quarry. Then Diedring asks Julie Kramer to bring in 2 more dogs and they don't get a hit. Is anyone slightly suspicious by this? Jack 61.
I'm very suspicious of this. I mean, what the hell's going on here? And I'm suspicious about this other team that we have no earthly idea what they found.
Okay. Susan.
Yes, suspicious, Doc.
It is. Okay, let's finish with 20C. I want to do one more, right? This is going to blow your mind. Who would like to read 20C? Susan, do you see it? Or Alice, do you see it?
I'll do it, Doc, yeah.
Okay. So this is CASO, page 123.
Okay, it's a supplemental report. It's dated 11/06/05, and it's Deputy Joseph Tenner. On 11/06/05 in the afternoon, I, Deputy Joseph F.M. Tenner of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, was assisting a group of 5 search and rescue and cadaver dogs in a quarry immediately to the east of Avery Road. The quarry belonged to Michael's.
I think it's Mitchell's.
Mitchell's
Mitchell's.
material. During the search, one of the dogs, quote unquote, hit on a pile of dirt and sand north of the quarry scale. Where the dog alerted to, I located an item in the pile of dirt. The item was red in colour, surrounded by pink material. The area was marked with fluorescent pink ribbon and a washer. A total of 3 out of 5 dogs alerted to the area. I remained in the area and monitored the location where the dogs alerted to until the Deputy Nicholas Sablich of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department relieved me. I then led 3 employees of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to the location.
Okay, now who was totally unaware of this? I had no idea. Alice, were you aware of this?
No, definitely not.
I don't recall. What about people in chat? Were people aware of this?
No.
I don't recall. No? Susan?
No.
Isn't this the tissue and blood that we talked about last time?
Yep. Tissue and blood. Yeah. We were about the fact that the crime lab went there.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay. Jack 61.
Yeah, I was aware of the report. I've read it long ago, but as far as the crime lab showing up, no.
All right. Let me tell you right now. The 3 members of the crime lab are John Ertl, Guang Zhang, who's a photographer, and Chuck Cates. They checked in at the command post at 3:18 in the afternoon. I want to finish with something happened where 3 cadaver dogs hit on something. So let's just have a look at the final slide. I want to show where this actually was, where this hit was. Right? Now, have a look at this. This is a beautiful picture. You can see the Avery salvage yard, and I've actually put up a map, a compass of the orientation. And you can see the hunting camp down below and Kuss Road, where there was a lot of activity. In fact, you can see the trucks down there. All of a sudden, cadaver dogs, 3 cadaver dogs hit in Mitchell's Material Quarry. And have a look at where it is. Mitchell's Material Quarry is bounded by Avery Road and Highway 147. Can you see that it's nowhere near Stephen Avery's property? It's nowhere near his trailer or burn pit, nothing. Now, these cadaver dogs, let me emphasize again, they detect human decomposition. So the question's got to be asked, what the hell are these cadaver dogs hitting at? They're a long way away. In fact, the opposite end of where Kuss Road is. They're nowhere near Stephen Avery's trailer, right? Now, what is spooky is that, according to what Stephen said, Stephen saw Teresa Horbach drive up Avery Road and do a left-hand turn. All of a sudden, on November the 6th, 3 cadaver dogs are given alert at Mitchell's Quarry. And can we just finish with the next slide, Jack 61, 20E? 20E is a really nice slide. It shows this is 20E. We'll finish here. It shows an overhead view of the Avery salvage yard, which you can see bounded in yellow in a yellow box. Those blue dashes are Redon's Quarry. And here is Mitchell's Material Quarry, right bounded by Avery Road and Highway 147. And you can see that there's a lot of sand, rocks. It's a big, big place. Suddenly, 3 cadaver dogs hit in this quarry. Right? So guys, I like to leave it there because there's so much more that's going to go on. It's going to blow your mind, right? So guys, how did everyone find that podcast? Interesting or what?
That's insane. I had no idea. I mean, it's one of those peripheral things you're kind of aware of, but you just don't really put much stock in it. I sure do now.
Correct.
For the longest time, that's where I thought they found the tibia.
Yep. Interesting.
I mean, that was years ago, but yeah.
Okay. So quite clearly, that's nowhere near Stephen's trailer. That's nowhere near Stephen's burn pit. And yet 3 cadaver dogs are hit on a pile. And next week, next podcast, we'll talk about that. We might have to get Neville from Serbia to join in if she can. But look, guys, we'll leave it there because we've gone for quite a while. I want to thank everyone. Thank you so much for your interaction. And thank you, Schmicky, for joining in. You're welcome to come on anytime. Be civil. We try our best to be civil as well. You ask us questions. We ask you questions. And that's fantastic. Really appreciate that. I hope everyone in the chat enjoyed the podcast. We had a lot of people and we've got a lot of great questions. Again, guys, if you like what we do, please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and write down your comments. I'll try and answer them as best as I can. Thank you. Support us. So, guys, what I like to do is to go through, go around our panel, tell us how you're coming along and how things are happening. Alice, how about yourself?
Yeah, doing okay, Doc. As I say, I've not been feeling too great the last few days, but I'll get there. I always do. The shit's really hitting the fan with Luke's case. The police, the cheeky motherfuckers, have wrote back about the samples that we want to test, and they have says that they've basically made demands, Doc, that it's on their time. It's got to be on their time. It's got to be in their lab. It's got to be done by one of their scientists or whatever. You know, and it's like, no fucking way. You know what I mean? That's not how it's done. Your time for making demands are fucking over. You know what I mean? Yous have destroyed evidence and everything like that, and yous think yous have got the right to tell Luke's legal team in that, because they've got separate people, independent people lined up to test these sample stock, but they can't get them. And we've also found out that it's not up to the Procurator Fiscal's office to hand over these samples because they don't have them. It's up to Police Scotland to hand over these samples. You know,
Yes.
so
and
there's a lot of stuff happening in the background. There's going to be a protest in Edinburgh outside the Scottish Parliament on the 13th of May. We're all going to be gathering about between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So anybody who's in the UK, Scotland, Edinburgh, even if you can come further, that would be great. Please turn up, show your support. And that's basically all that's really happening my end, Doc. And as I say, I will try and get videos, pictures, things like that of the protest. And I'll either do maybe something on my channel, or I'll maybe do an open mic with Jack, and we'll just put it out on Foul Play. But we'll wait and see how things go, or I might do both. So
Awesome. Well, that's why Beauty and Strang was so passionate about one thing, and that's called fair forensic testing. Right? Fair forensic testing. And that's why Dean Strang said, look, and Buting, we want to come in the crime lab. We want to observe you doing the tests. They said no, because of fear of contamination. What does Cherie Cohen do? She said she was instructing a group of students and they contaminated the PCR negative control in IDMFL. Fuck me, right? How stupid can you get? And that, when I heard you talking about what law enforcement expected, there goes fair forensic testing. It's like Henry Ford saying, you could have any color you want as long as it's black.
yeah, exactly, Doc. Exactly. But the fact that the cheeky fuckers, after what they've done, you know, they've destroyed evidence. 1,600 items of evidence they have destroyed, which shouldn't have been destroyed until 2026. You know what I mean? And they have destroyed it, which is against the bloody law. But yet they think that they've got the right to demand that we've today under their control. No chance. Can't be trusted.
And the impression you get is that protecting the verdict. That's exactly what they've done with Stephen. That's exactly what they've done with Daniel Holtzclaw. And now they're doing it here with Luke Mitchell. Protecting the verdicts. They don't want to be exposed for the shenanigans, right? And that's why we have spent, Neville and I have spent, and also the Foul Play team has spent a long time on this chapter about the dogs. Because the dogs, I told you, they don't have an agenda. They go to work, they tell you the results. And Julie Kramer even said, Jack 61, I hand over the results to the investigators.
That's right.
And it's up to the investigators to then act upon the finding of the dogs. Right? And when Fassbender says it's a theory, you know you're doomed. Right? And it's so sad to hear with what's happening with Luke Mitchell. We're seeing it happen right here. Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you so much. I don't recall. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I was thinking throughout this, I wonder what the dog handlers think that were there. It's like the girl that was on Kuss Road there. You know, what she would say today, you know, she saw all that going on over there, and did she believe it was just a peat moss bag?
Well,
Interesting.
let me tell you right now. I found a Sarah Force report. They worked Loof to death. They made her redo the tracks over and over again. I didn't even realize this. And it got to a point where Loof refused to do any more work because she was so tired. But there's one track that's going to blow your mind that was asked by Pagel to do. And it ties in perfectly with what Fassbender told Stephen on November the 9th. It all fell down. It all clicked. And now I understood. And once you see it, you know that the whole thing is a scam about the fact that the state believed that Teresa and her RAV4 never left the property. It's bullshit. And I still can't answer Susan. Why didn't the investigators go for Stephen killing her at Kuss Road and dumping her vehicle at Kuss Road? Oh. Anyway, anything else I don't recall?
No, thank you. It was interesting.
Thank you. Next we have Susan. Susan, how are you coming along?
I'm doing great, Doc. I just want to thank you and Neverly for all the hard work you've put into this. You've brought up some really interesting dialogue, and really appreciate it. Thank you, and thank everyone for being here.
Yes.
Love all the interaction.
Yes. Thank you so much. Jack61 probably doesn't want to talk to me anymore because I keep on adding an extra 20 or 30 slides.
Not at all. It's been a great, podcast.
Look, I reckon we could almost we have to distribute this chapter to as many people as we can because it is eye-opening.
It is.
If Ferak is ever to write a second edition of this book, he's got to include all of this stuff because it just expands it, right? And the thing is, that Sarah Forsk and Loof are never mentioned in the Stephen Avery trial, right? Did you know that?
I did know that.
They never brought up. I wonder why. Thank you so much, Susan. And finally, we have Jack61. How are things coming along?
Good, doing good. Yep, doing really good. And it's been a really eye-opening and great podcast. I hope Schmicky comes back. No hard feelings intended or taken. These are hard questions, and we get that. And you should be prepared for that too. I don't know how long you've been involved in the case, but we ask hard questions too. And it has to be that way, and we have to be fair with each other. If we can't do that, then, what's the point? I mean, really, what's the point? So anyway, hope you come back. Moving on to for tomorrow, open mic. I gave everybody a choice, and most of the gang have voted to listen to some more dispatch calls. So that's what we're going to do. We're into November 7th. So it's really going to get interesting now with this next batch of calls moving forward.
Awesome.
So that's it. Awesome. Yep, that's at 5 p.m. Central tomorrow. So I hope everyone can join us.
But you have to admit, isn't it amazing how our series are running in parallel? The reading of the crew, the open mic, the calls, because the calls provide the glue that's in the mix.
Yep, absolutely.
And it truly is amazing. And the thing, of course, about the dogs is they don't have an agenda. They don't have an investigative bias. They don't care.
They don't care.
They're unbiased. They'll do their job, right? And remember, they love doing their job, right? And Brutus is one of the best. Loof is one of the best. They've got records. The amount of hours that Loof has done. I think Julie Kramer said Brutus has done at least 6,000 hours on the job. That's massive. And you could tell the way the dogs were treated, they were just ignored. They were ignored. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been all this. I know that Schmicky says, they were looking. They don't know what they were looking for, right? You got to have an investigative lead, right? You got to prove that there's some form of violence, some type of event that took place, which makes you ask questions. That disturbed earth search warrant points it piece by piece, and it points to one direction only. Kuss Road, the clandestine burial site.
And how did Bushman get there?
Yeah, correct. And I'll prove to you, we'll prove to you that there were bones there. There were definitely bones, human bones. All right, anything else, Jack 61?
Nope, that's it.
Awesome. Well, look, guys, I'd like to thank everyone who came along in chat and my esteemed fellow panel members. As always, if you like what we do, please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, write your comments down, and also a big shout out to Jeff Jones, both Jack 61 and myself, Big Jeff, Kelly. We are part of a panel where we're discussing MAM 2 at the moment. That's really awesome. That's good fun. Just Rhonda, with her excellent work that she does on the Daniel Holtzclaw case. Also Alice, her channel as well, with the work that she does on Luke Mitchell. Give him a shout out. Becca Chu, with her excellent work that she does with Brendan Dassey. And also I'd like to give Claire S. Bear a shout out too. She promotes our work everywhere on Twitter and stuff like that. I did 2 podcasts. I was very lucky. I was invited to give 2 podcasts, and we discuss forensic evidence. We also discuss the case. Oh, jeepers, I even forgot his name. The Murdoch case.
Murdoch.
Oh my God, that was a doozy. But check that out as well. And so, guys, on that note, thank you so much, and we'll catch you all next week. Take care, guys.
And this has been a Foul Play production.